Welcome back to the RLCS APAC Open 1 versus 1. My name is Boyle Royal and I am joined by the great Hail, Monkey Man and Quanzic. How are you both today?
It is a fantastic Sunday, Championship Sunday. I'm loving being back. Early in the morning, we just slept over here in the United States an hour sooner to get to you guys. Yeah. So that's going to be a fun time here, boyo. But Quanzic, is it brutal on the West Coast side of things? Having to wake up even earlier, dude?
It's not so much waking up, it's staying up as opposed to, being up early. My day hasn't ended yet, and it won't until about the same time I woke up earlier today. So, hey, we're out here, we're trooping, we're hustling, and I wouldn't miss a beat. I'd do it all over again for this 1v1 action, because yesterday was a blast. Today, to close things out, should be even better.
I mean, RLCS 2025 so far has been such a fun experience. We've had all the opens concluded for each region, and now on the 1v1 stage we're going to be finding who our APAC champion is today. Over in the EU and NA we're going to find out who they are sent over to EU and Sam, sort of who they're sending to the Birmingham Major. Then coming up we have the transfer window into the next stage of opens, with the Rally Major coming in the end of June, ending off with the LCQ and then the World Championship in September. I'm really excited to see what happens in this transfer window period, Hale, because there's a lot of teams in APAC, and I think you'll know, especially from casting, who could really make some big improvements coming into the next split.
I mean, we looked at what Kinotrope was able to do, and I wonder if they will continue to thrive, having that really Japan super squad mentality. We saw it from the likes of 3Rats turn Locomotive. Going to see if that kind of sticks together. It was starting to improve, but maybe they want to shift. Definitely, you have kind of the big dogs. I don't think Luminosity really changes a thing. Elevate looks like they want to lift and shift. So, with all that being said, that transfer window is going to be very heavy, not just for this region, but as well for everyone else. But let's talk about the schedule. This is what our weekend looks like. All the other days, who cares about those other days? This is the day. We've got APAC, EU, and Sam on the day with these 1v1s. Like was mentioned before, Quanzic, EU and Sam, they're trying to find the reps that will actually go to that major to face off into one another. Kind of a neat concept to figure out who will be kind of at the majors and then at that ultimate world stage.
And there's been a lot of quality hustle for that event, if you will. Some thriving action across all of the multiple regions. We've seen some upsets, we've seen some changes, and it's all on a quest to culminate in what could be the greatest Rocket League LAN of all time at the end of the year. Something that has been long awaited, but for the first time in a while here, it's going to be Worlds in France, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, yeah, finally making it to France, over to Lyon, the Rocket League World Championship happening September 12th to September 14th. Tickets are already on sale, but I think they might be sold out already. I wouldn't be surprised, you'd have to check. But if they're not sold out, you'd want to get them very soon, because they will be sold out very, very soon. I'm so excited for Worlds in France. I'm probably not able to go just because of the tickets being sold out, but just watching it online and having the French fans in the stadium is going to be so exciting.
Do you think that instead of having those like blow up clappers that they give to the crowd, it's just baguettes? Is it just big buttery baguettes being slapped in the stands? I don't know. Either way, it's going to be an awesome time over in Lyon, the scene. I didn't get in the tickets. If you end up going to a scalper, please just pay the lowest price possible. Maybe undercut them if you can. If you still have a chance maybe to get some general admission, you can check out this awesome man that will be over into that Birmingham Major. And so that QR code right there on the screen, you'll be able to scan that with your device. I know you have one. I have one right in my hand as well. But same thing with tickets that you can grab for the Raleigh Major as well. So if you want to see this face, I don't know, many people, you're seeing it right now, you're like, 50-50 discount, I'll try and make a little high five with you. You'll be able to do the same thing as well. So 2 big majors, the end of the year we'll have that awesome Worlds, and then Quanzic, I mean, I'm sad that I won't see you on the East Coast. I wish I could drag you all the way from the West to the East, dude.
Yeah, it's unfortunately just not one I can make due to circumstances outside of myself, but eventually, Monkey, we will be able to reconnect at some future LAN. It's not the end of the world in Raleigh, only the second split before Worlds, and hey, there's always the future years to come as well. I had a great time at the LA major in previous seasons, but you can't make them all, and unfortunately won't be able to make the Rally one, but hey, I'm looking forward to everybody there having a good time, and you'll have to tell me how it goes, because I know it'll be a fantastic event.
Well, of course, with all the majors in the world coming up, we also have the LCQ going, but with all the 1v1 action, we thought we'd have a little bit of a look at some 1v1 tactics that have taken place. And we've seen a lot of good games so far and a lot of good strategy coming out from these players. So, let's have a quick look at that. So, you can see here from the kickoff that pretty even spreads here coming out initially. The 50-50 going to go off to the side, but if we can point the clip a little bit further, it is the initial reaction coming out here. The boost grab off the side from Tfzu leaves Sphinx in a really awkward position. He goes for the initial flick with low boost and once again catches himself out of position. He has to play a really reactive game now where he kind of struggles to get this touch, to get the control of the ball, and now left with almost no boost in the tank, he has to kind of go all in a decision. When Tfzu having all control of the game, he really holds the cards, he goes high, goes for the fake, and it leaves Sphinx kind of unsure what to do and has to make a big risky play, which in this situation went against him. If we go over to the second clip now, it's another kind of situation of the kickoff going kind of even here and control going the way of Tfzu. If we just play the clip here. And we can see that almost even in the kickoff basically, and it's a similar reaction of just rushing in for the boost. And the control, once again, it's Sphinx trying to take control of the ball, this time going off the ceiling play because left awkward at the back line, he has to make these risky decisions, something that Tfzu is well aware of. Finally, Sphinx is able to make that connection and take control of the ball, denying the chance, but still stuck with zero boost was a very consistent issue that Sphinx faced in that game. He played it off really well though, but unable to get the goal out of it meant that he was kind of stuck in an awkward position and had to go for some more risky plays, like getting that demo, which is what eventually got him the goal. But it's a lot of thinking on the fly in 1v1s. You have to be aware of what your opponent is doing and what kind of you can do with the very little boost that you have, and Sphinx played that basically perfectly to the boost number after getting in a really uncomfortable situation off the kickoff.
Seeing all that, we got to see so many evolutions of what not just the overall kind of early game, but even less to the kickoffs that were either delayed. Got to see some change ups, and honestly, that bled into some amazing competition, which is going to be into our Saturday recap as well, as we'll be coming through that. So all those tactics ended up evolving into what ended up being our bracket coming into today, but there was a lot of action that ended up happening through our 4 matches that we got to have. Kwanzek, of everything that happened yesterday, I feel like we started off with a banger to go into it. It was a full Game 7 for our very first one. It felt like a feature-length film, and I had to get some popcorn for it.
Yeah, no, you guys definitely went the distance, and the desk heavily in favor of Risk. I was the lone wolf over on Ziad's side, and it seems like we were both, in a way, right at the end of the day. Multiple overtimes, having to go to 7, but ultimately it was Risk walking away with the victory in game number 7. In the second matchup here to follow between Nurmi and PV, this was just Nurmi putting on a display, the mechanics at full force.
Yeah, and Nurmi did a really good job at bouncing back from the initial game loss from PV and took control of the game pretty single-handedly after a while. I mean, we've seen him getting a lot more comfortable with the situation and a really scary player to watch. He is certainly probably the biggest underdog I would say we have in the bracket right now, but certainly one to keep an eye on. Now, I'm going to make this section quick here because these games were very quick. Hale, I want you to give me just a very couple of words to describe what you saw from Shadi in this series, and then Cons, I want you to do the same for the Sphinx series afterwards.
Control, dominance, and an eye for a pre-planned, predestined outcome. Shadi was just so strong.
Yeah, absolute domination there on the opposite end. I mean, Sphinx just clinical against Tfzu. Tfzu tried to get something going, but too little too late. Lost a couple of OTs, and this is how things shake out headed here into day number 2, Boyo.
Yeah, we're going to have Perry versus Risk in our first match of the day, followed by Nurmi versus Tfzu. Both of these matches are rematches from the Swift stage for Perry and Risk and the GSL bracket from Nurmi and Tfzu. So 2 rematches to start it all. Will they go the same way? We are yet to find out. Risk beating Perry in the 3-0 in Swiss, and Tfzu beating Nurmi in the GSL group. Then Sphinx and Shadi wait in the semi-finals to find their opponents. And of course we'll have to see who goes to the grand finals at the very end of the day and will be crowned the APAC 1v1 champion.
Good old cash at the other end of the day, though. Remember, for the APAC side of the 1v1 championships, they don't go to the Birmingham Major. Everything is settled online, on the court, right here, right now. Maybe that chair will be pulled up to the table later on, but for right now, they at least get a bundle of cash to go alongside it. So I love that they, this is culminating into a very hot finish. This was your top 8 Ziad, PV. They were eliminated in that lower side of the bracket in that first round with Nurmi and Risk, as you were able to see, advancing forward, having now their quarterfinal matches coming forward. This is going to be so telling for what we get on the day. And, I mean, just like it was mentioned before, we know at least our first 2. After those, the semifinals, Sphinx and Shadi are looking for whomever is able to survive. We could end up actually with an all APAC semifinal if Risk does top Perry in this first one. Whatever he's gonna put on the hat and make a I can't make the chittering noises that platypuses make. I'm not wait, oh. Okay, maybe something
That's
like that.
way better than I could ever muster. So props to you, Monkey. That was
Honestly pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my secret weapon. I have that in my back pocket. I've been working on it since I was 8. No one would play with me, so I make noises. That's how it works. We've moved forward. That's just a sad tale.
Well, as you mentioned, Monkey, the first match of the day is going to be Risk versus Perry with that brilliant platypus impression. But the question is, more so, who do we think is going to win today? Because Perry versus Risk is a match that happened before, but at the end of the day, Perry's coming from the upper bracket. He ended up winning out in his GSL group, only losing his final match against Shadi. Not against Shadi, sorry, against Sphinx, I believe. And then on the other way around, Risk early on drops the Sphinx, goes for the lower bracket, only losing to Sphinx and Shadi so far as well. So Risk may have the upper hand in previous results, but I mean, I don't know if he's going to be the definite favourite here just because of how good Perry had looked all tournament long.
I can see that, and you guys will be able to tell us as well. Hashtag PERY for Perry, hashtag Risk, RISK. If you want to spell it, well, it's going to be risky business no matter what. Personally, I feel like Risk definitely took his time to establish pace, but he wanted to create so much control yesterday, and I feel like Risk still be able to do so. He definitely showcased that he knows he'll be able to take these longer series and have a nice gut check. So he'd take a Ziad. I'm here with Risk. Kwanzek, are you much the same?
I'm leaning Risk as well, and I think it may be Shadi giving me a little bit of rose-tinted glasses, jaded after that matchup, just because he made Perry look so rough that Risk, in the grand scheme of things, in my mind, should come out better, but maybe it's just Shadi being too good that it overshadowed what Perry can actually put out on the pitch. We shall see, but I'm leaning Risk.
I mean, simple for me, but I always go for the APAC boys. I'm going for Risk here. I think he does have what it takes. I think he is the second best APAC player at 1v1, so I think he really is a contender in this series. We've got the sweep for Risk on the desk, but what did the people in Twitch chat think as well? Let's pull up their little votes in a second. It is 80% in favour of Risk, to 20% for Perry. So we've got an APAC audience here. For good reason, they're going to vote for the APAC player, unsurprisingly. But I wouldn't say it's an 80-20 chance for Risk. I would say it's like I'd lean more like 60-40 for Risk in my eyes.
Okay, all right. We had like a pseudo Finnish, if you will, advocate in lieu of Rhino not being here. So I appreciate that from you, man. So we'll see if that ends up all panning out. It will, in fact, be myself and Kwanzek onto this first matchup. So we're gonna let you enjoy kind of this first break here, Boyo. So Kwanzek, let's jump into it. We've got our first one on the day. It's time to go into our quarterfinal, and my dude. This one, there's a lot of expectations. I feel like Risk is going to be here to meet it, but are we underselling what Perry can really do in this matchup?
I know I am. And this is like, I will openly admit it here. I, for a fact, am underestimating what Perry can do, and it's just because of very limited sample size from this player, right? I mean, there's not a ton of history outside of this individual tournament. And on top of that, the main matchup that we had here in the top 8 was against shadi. With that being the sample size for this weekend, shadi looks so dominant. And so I'm curious to see what Perry can do when he isn't being controlled on the pitch by shadi. This should be a closer series, but Risk always going to be a top dog and somebody who can fight his way into every single matchup just because of the caliber of player that he is.
I already saw the Godspeed main account in chat. They're giving a lot of love. They're saying risk it for the biscuit or the baguette, whichever world's statement you want to have. So they're here in support of Risk. A lot of APAC is in support of Risk. They would love for this young fella to make it into at least the semifinals and have a chance to face off against Sphinx. Perry not receiving exactly the same accolades and odes, but might find themselves in a similar sound set. It's still best of 7s all day long. The key thing that we are improving from yesterday is that we will be going, like, we had a lot of goals. We had a lot of time that was added on because of that. So if it's just a quick goal, if it's something that really isn't like mega super special, we're gonna run through that. We're gonna get right through that replay. You will not have to deal with that. But if we're like, you know what, this one's actually pretty cracking, then we're gonna stick around for the replay and we will check it out. So improving every step of the way. And I did like that we basically got to see FF buffs, GG Go Next, improving play. Kwanzaa, do you think we see a lot more of that today?
Yeah, I do, actually, just because of the fierce level of play that comes with these matchups upcoming. I feel like they're going to be cutthroat, and it won't be a situation where somebody's laying their foot off the gas. They're going to be laying it on thick, and in a 1v1 scenario, there's not a ton of drawing it out. Oh, let's get momentum. Let's work on things as a team. It's you against yourself mentally. And if you can't win that mental battle in the initial game, I'm okay to say go next. You just reassess the situation and work on the next game. And we saw the FF buff work yesterday, Monkey. Hey, maybe it's something you keep as some strategic token. FF games number 1, 3, and 5, and force a game 7. Who knows?
Oh my gosh, just trying to play the literal math to this. A couple of engineering nerds are like, you know what, this statistically should work out at least 50% of the time. We'll get to see how that works out over the course of the day. Remember, it's going to be at least faster today with the way that you won't have to watch every replay. And I'm sure that every 1v1 main in the world is probably appreciating that concept now, as that when you go into regular ranked 1v1 grinds, you're like, all right, skip. I often stick on those replays to cool the jets of my opponent and to also force them to watch the maybe 1 or 2 times I got to actually score on them. So more of this will be coming through. We're going to be going to game number 1 here in all of a moment. It's up on your screen right now, and I'm ready for it. Risk versus Perry. Can the Singaporean sniper take out the Finnish mastermind, or does the hat go on and platypus seen in real time? We'll figure that one out, and I hope you guys are excited for it, because this is an elimination-centric match every step of the way. You lose in this best of 7, you out, you take the cash, you go home. And from there forward, they have to continue conquering the day. And especially here, Kwanzaa, you have to win 3 matches from this round to win out completely. It's a long journey.
It definitely is. I mean, it's the beginning of the gauntlet that is necessary for these 2 players. And I do feel like coming into this, it might be a chip on the shoulder by way of Perry. I mean, mainstream broadcast on Saturday and Sunday, able to make top 8. And as we're sitting here in this game, it's a situation that arises where, you know, he might be upset with the performance that he showed against shadi, or that shadi rather showed the world, and having to make a mark here as he's on the board early.
Let's see if he can immediately start cooking something up. Love that little pump step. That is huge. You can already tell that Risk is not going to give up the same amount of space he did before. He got a little nudge, forcing Perry onto the wall, and great follow-up. Just, you know, some extra flair for that first goal.
100%. Getting a little bit spicy in order to find Risk's initial one. And here we are, Risk retreating into his own defensive half, having to take possession of the ball. And look at this poise here. Early flick, tries to go for the far corner, and he's going to connect.
Nice little bounce, and Perry is going to see this all day if he does not get in Risk's face. This is a concept that really worked for Shadi very early on in their series and made Perry basically look like, you know, a painting. Don't want to get stuck having to dry out the oil, and this is a dangerous position already because Risk has to go back for that midfield boost. We had some awesome analytics from our main man and Boyo from some of these 1v1 tactics, and it's about how you get that opening boost that really kind of dictates some early success. Going for the off-ball play, Perry gets parked, but he doesn't get separated from a good defensive effort.
And that's something that you have to respect, sticking with the play all the way through it. This one gonna roll in though, and Risk piling on this lead early. Maybe it wasn't just Shadi being so talented, it was Perry sneaking into the upper bracket, whereas a lot of the talent was in the opposite side. Risk looking very good in the initial seconds of this game, Monkey.
Yeah, we'll see how that continues on. And Risk, definitely yesterday, there was so much neutral space that was being given up, and it took them some time to establish, all right, I want to be mechanical now. I want to start going for these, you know, kind of crazier plays that take a lot of time, or kind of a good eagle eye and a good hawk eye to, I don't know why I just named some words. Either way, a solid viewpoint to shut down. And instead, they are being so fast. Risk literally bringing out some of that ego that you need in ones. Perry finally with any kind of flip reset, but Risk has seen that before. He's going to be sprinting the other direction.
And able to capitalize off of Perry getting a bit too over his skis, going for that shot off the sidewall, but it wasn't a high enough quality play. Didn't threaten a hard enough save, and Risk able to come out with momentum from his own net, played off the sidewall and lay that ball into an open net. Good challenge here in his own corner off the kickoff. Perry trying to get a possession touch, but he's a little bit awkward after that corner boost grab. Very good challenge on the back wall, and we're gonna exit Perry's half after we just entered it, as now he's going across the pitch, trying to ramp that one up the wall, maybe find a little redirect, but Risk other plans in mind, chipping around Perry, and for the first time it does feel like there's respect from either member, some solid back and forth action. Perry shot attempt denied by Risk.
I have not seen Risk drop sub-supersonic, like, at all. This is one of the few times that he's aiming for a wave dash challenge. This is going to bounce off low post. And I think the wisdom that we're really getting out of Risk is what he's deciding to fully commit to. Late flip reset, Perry trying to grab it, unable to ultimately use that flip that's hanging in his back pocket. I like the challenge here. It's going to fall wide, but again, look where Risk already is. Oh my goodness. In traffic, dodging the would-be demo or bump at all, going for a quick 360 reset underneath the ball. So, I mean, it's been non-stop. This young player has really just been bringing the hands to Perry, and there's been no response.
Yeah, Risk forcing Perry to be very risk-averse, not just in the gameplay sense, but player sense as well. Perry doesn't want to have to deal with Risk at all. Doesn't want to see him in his half, doesn't want to have to address his shots, but Risk is forcing the issue, making Perry address his looks. Can Risk catch back up to this one? No boost. The tank goes off his own crossbar, but it'll sneak in. Perry from his own corner just able to loft it over the top of Risk to cut the lead down and get one on the board himself.
One of those few moments where you finally see kind of a much wider gap. This is going to be straight from the rip, so 2 turns in a row. This one coming up here, Kwanzek, so you get a couple and you got to start to build if you are Perry. They find a moment, they find an opportunity, they got to do it twice more.
There's a late momentum here behind Perry's sails, and did get help from a little bit of a kickoff goal, but the first one for him on the board was one that was called the air dribble bump attempt here. Risk, fantastic challenge, and that one will be ladled into the back of Perry's net. Disciplined from the youngster here.
Nice little takeaway. Recognizing that Perry was starting to gain some momentum, there's no reason to start getting fearful of any of the would-be challenges coming up. You gotta still continue to just delegate and delineate space. Risk, there ain't no space. Dude is glued to Perry, and he is taking this ball away. He's just snatching it and taking it home with him.
Yanking opportunities away from Perry time and time again. Risk showing, and even in the face of pressure and a mounting comeback, he deserves the spot here. He has earned it. He immediately slams the door shut on any glimpse of light that Perry saw at the end of the tunnel, and answers Perry's 2 goals with 2 more of his own. And now Risk dominating 6-2 lead that once these seconds tick down, we'll see the game marker going in his favor of the overlay of the game 1 victory. Over to Risk, and a good start to get out of the top 6 and into the top 4 for Risk.
It started to look like free play at the very end, where you get that invite code and you just get to chill in the lobby with your best friends. Well, Risk is not going to be treating them friendly for too long in this series. Establishing the pecking order early, it was 4-0 to begin things. And even with a couple the other direction, that was just a couple of pockets that eventually were all sewn up. At 10-6 shot differential, and even having more saves, Risk was just all over the pitch and taking away any opportunities from Perry.
It's just the efficiency time and time again, right? The looks that Risk had nearly always went into the back of the net. He was secure defensively, and when he did find those saves, they turned into long rolling shots, looking at an open net into the back of Perry, the Finn's blue twine. And hey, there's one way to start, Monkey. That is it. Risk on top of things, and didn't look like he was going to slow down in that game, let alone the rest of the series.
Yeah, no, this is definitely Risk of taking a complete 180 on the way he started yesterday, because it felt like, you know, I understand the pressure situation. He doesn't really know what he's going to get into when it comes to Ziad, and he's like, all right, how do I want to kind of go against kind of the Ethernet cord right now? And for this match in particular, he was like, you know what, pull the ripcord, let me fly for real, let me go out there and just continue to bear down upon Perry. So good looks, good works. You gotta, if you're going to play like that, you can play lights out. Feels like you're going to have to burn a lot of energy, but you know what? This is the best time to do it. Guarantee yourself berth into that semifinal. We go to game number 2. Beyond Forbidden Temple. Again, I have that early boost, making sure that you have a neutral fare. So let's see how this first 15 seconds goes.
Perry, if he can get an early goal, get the driving force behind his car, that will be the difference maker here. Quite literally. Driving force as Perry parks his nose behind the ball and bullies his way. It shows he's been hitting the gym, muscling through Risk 50 in order to open up scoring just under 20 seconds.
It's been the early reads that Risk has really been kind of finding purchase from, and then just because of that solid early game, he sits Perry down. Perry's going to have maybe all of a single pad. He's going to go for a bump, but it's a good over-the-top defense. As soon as you go underneath, you're either going to get bumped or you're just going to aim to hope that a 50-50 is coming through. Risk is slow bouncing, aiming for a lot of these wave dashes to make up the speed that he loses when kind of pseudo parking his car. Up to the ceiling, this is a more dangerous spot, but he has a flip reset. He's going to wait until he can use it. Perry just got to stay patient, let him burn everything from that post.
Yeah, Perry pulling out his best Risk impression from game number 1. That's what the Godspeed team member looked like he was doing plenty of times. Now Perry double tap is going to connect, and Risk just a little bit too flat-footed. Has to try to protect the entire net, but can't exactly do so. And the shot placement from Perry is exactly where he would have won.
Perry has been just fundamental through these first 2 goals. The worst description I can really give to it is boring. And that is Risk, who is been kind of squared up in the net. That actually was a strange position. Parry, don't. Okay, there you go. All right, pick that one up. Risk will take his corner boost. But now you have a sprint away. He actually might be able to just kind of turn this nothing into something.
Yeah, this ball is just sort of rolling lackadaisically around the arena. Good shot attempt here from Risk. He tried to go for that far post, but got too steep of an angle. Ended up wide. Did collect the demo. Tried to find the bump up the respawn. It'll turn into a backflip shot. Parry finds the first. Won't find the second, however.
When I try to backflip like this, it always goes sour. That nice little turnabout and then the confirming it and just pushing it to that near side post. That was clinical by Risk. Recognizing as well, he wanted to see where the respawn off of the demo would be, and then just isolated Parry. So first couple of minutes, we got 3 goals. Risk has played pick your pocket and play a little bit of rope and dope, see if he can kind of guide Parry along. But Parry has established that they aren't going to go quietly early. Risk side-to-side motions. They'll find that big 100, but so does Parry, so he has to back off and kind of play the safe.
Yeah, respect being shown there, and that's one that's not given, more so earned from the previous games. Risk working in his own corner. Parry not looking to give him any room or space to work with. Risk has shown just how lethal he can be if the smallest blade of grass is shown in front of his cars. Now Risk can operate out of the other corner to break out of his own half. Take a late 50 where he doesn't even jump. And to save the flip, opted for the flip reset coming off the wall for a quick little dish in, but won't find it. And instead has to retreat back to his own half where Parry will trade full boost for possession of the ball.
Reset, he uses it immediately to get the bump. It's an awkward curtail, but eventually it will roll back through. The use of this flip early instead of pocketing it for later, he didn't want to disguise it. He wanted to get ahead of the ball, drop it behind him so he can just body Parry. Very, very good overall control and knowing what your play is well ahead of time.
Yeah. Being disciplined and forward thinking, right? Ones is a game mode where you can't act, you can't play reactionary to what your opponent is doing, because if you are, you're already conceding. 3v3s is different because you have somebody playing directly behind you, where a lot of your entire purpose is to force a challenge out to make it easier for them, but it's only you by yourself, and this is a situation where Risk tried to hope the full boost was there, couldn't get it, and as a result, forward thinking not connecting as Parry has the pace behind the shot to garner his first lead of this game.
It always feels like as soon as you hit the brakes in this game that you're just in the worst position possible. Doesn't matter kind of where things are or what's happening. You slow down, be ready for the pain. And that's what Risk is trying to serve up to Parry, but Parry does have that 1-goal lead. Can he maintain it for very long? Getting him to bite. That's a fantastic just layup. He parks the bus at the top of the arc, and that will tie us up with 69 seconds to go.
Risk. The mind game's on that first shot, right? He goes, flicks that towards the back wall. Parry, he's playing with no boost, staring at the ball on ball cam. He's a guess, but he's not 100% sure on exactly where the net is. Has to respect that first shot as if it was on target. As Risk shot out of a cannon here off the kickoff. Wanted to guarantee Parry didn't come away with any boost in the starvation from Parry coming out. Risk not letting him get even a crumb as all 4 boosts in the half field and in Parry's half were scooped up. But Risk, unfortunately, couldn't make anything come of it. And now Parry has a chance to come back the opposite direction.
Oh, he misses the touch, but ends up with the bump. I'm wondering how much of that was pre-planned. Wants to see if they can get a pop off of it. Yeah, Risk has that giant Bobo of wide straw to get so much extra boost in lieu of what Parry is basically trying to sip so gently from. Can he take advantage of the situation? He will, and it's just the slightest bit of elevation difference. Parry didn't have anything left in the tank after that first touch, and he knew that he just had to put it too high.
That's a goal that, in the waning seconds of this game, very important here. Risk actually might concede off the kickoff. Couldn't get back in time. Ended up getting a penny in his tank. 12 boost was enough with that slow rolling shot from Perry. So now Perry on the back foot, but does have a tank full of boost. Risk coming to challenge. Perry has the full boost and the ball. Risk gonna match with his own tank and meet him at the point of contact with a fantastic challenge to secure game number 2.
Think you own the skies, Perry? Nah. Risk comes zooming through. Will own everything in that airspace above his own net. So 2-0 to start things off. A completely different score line, but not a different outcome from what we got in game number 1 to the second set. We'll go to game number 3 with Risk in a a pretty controlled position. This one though, it had the starter kit for Perry getting a lot more success. There was that key demo that really was highlighted yesterday with some of these players in the way that they wanted to kind of up in their competition, and it played for some favor here. But I mean, Perry was just playing very fundamentally sound. He's got to feel good that he was able to start at least that well, but it didn't end how he wanted.
Yeah, and tale of two halves, right? Perry started off the game hot, was on top, looked much better than he did in game number 1, but Risk able to lock things in and extend his lead time and time again, just in the nick of time, scoring with 18 seconds left and putting on a little bit of a defensive masterclass in the last seconds of that game to make sure that Perry didn't force a late equalizer.
But playing calm, playing with poise, playing with composure, and that's what's got to be accounted for now from Perry's end, because we're down 0-2. These are best of 7s. Don't want to have to deal with just coming back from a complete 0-3 deficit. We've seen teams that, they make their way through some longer series, and they're like, you know what, reverse sweep ain't no thing. It's okay. I can get it done no matter what. However, eventually your ego's got to be in check. You got to have a realistic idea of what you want to do. Risk has still full boost. Should be able to field this one pretty well. And there was actually so much space given up by Perry. He was like, all right, this is going to end up getting popped up. I need to back up. But Risk played that so close. You never know which card is coming out of the deck.
And this one, it's going to be a quick challenge for Risk. Perry sniffs it out, though, and grabs that full boost. A quick flip. What a save from Risk. Folding along his whole goal line. Tries to beat Perry out on the quick transition play, but Perry was supersonic the entire length of the field down. And what a good 50 by Perry. Shows the muscles, struts the guns, and he didn't wiggle on this challenge.
It was all because he had the Phoenix going from back to front, just flipping down. He didn't actually have a full flip, but it was the slam of all of that of the car landing to the floor. That 50 was much firmer than what Risk was trying to get off of the spin of his Octane. So the Fat Finnick finds purchase, and the first minute ends up having at least that first goal. Risk will take out corner boost, but Perry preserves so much left in the tank. And some of these 50-50s are actually playing a bit tougher for Risk to handle. Perry will bully him away, and now he's on an island. He'll steal all this boost.
Makes things a little bit difficult here on the opposite end. Risk hard off his own back wall. Shot attempt by Perry, and Risk collecting a second save in about the same amount of seconds. Here's Perry. Good touch. Possession to his own corner. Just trying to keep that one to a safe place where he can challenge it, but the backflip from Risk is so good, and that one gonna connect with the back of the net on a dime. He flips forward, and Perry not expecting the quick transition coming by way of Risk.
Living up to his name, Risk ends up with that backflip on that lane. When you do that, you are hopeful that first you're going to have the better connection over the top of your opponent's car, and that you don't get demoed, depending on how they are running that. So high risk, high reward, and currently just tons of rewards. He gets 2 in a row deep in blue territory.
This one galloped at by Risk early, and just the challenges that Perry isn't expecting. He had a lot more space by shadi yesterday. It was a very disciplined defensive game, lots of shadow defense coming out. Risk coming in like a screaming bat on every single look that he has on the ball. And He's caught Perry off guard multiple times, multiple separate occasions, and both times it's occurred this game. That's what's given Risk this lead, this advantage. It's been the swift play that is just turning on a dime. Nobody's expecting it. It's stifling any sort of breakout that Perry can have, and it's leading to this long extended pressure like we're seeing right now.
My Sunday nightmare fuel for the day, screaming bats. Don't want none of that. don't need none of that in my life right now. Big flick with a little in the boost tank as Perry will receive. Now Perry was actually taking away that opposite side wall full of the 100 pad boost, and now it will be Risk's chance to do the exact same thing. Perry opting out as he wants to go and find the corner spawn. That's an early rip, and Risk is not going to be able to reverse that right back between the pipeline. With 2 minutes to go, it's still just a 1 goal difference, and as Risk drops down, Perry will begin to push.
Perry hoping to just knife his way forward, get a little jutting edge into Risk defense, because he hasn't entered this orange half many times this game. Good dunk there by Risk on the waterfall challenge, and Perry says, you know what, I'm done. Here's the ball. I'm going to make sure I have boost because I know you're coming my way. But Risk actually gives a gift over. A concession of possession leads to this flip reset. He holds it, uses it for wave dash, but Perry can't sneak it in the post. And can Risk take it down the length of the field? No. Perry's back in time.
Perry the platypus, more like Perry the platypus, because he just could not get on his toes fast enough to actually complete the rest of that flip. He had a chance to get this one tied up, but unfortunately all those efforts go for naught. Outside angle, hook shot doesn't pay off. Risk has to take this one, sky it upwards, looking for some midfield boost. Not going to find much in the way of at least the big pass. He goes from midfield to perimeter. Risk going to take this one from near side, and Perry's just trying to force his way in. This is a detrimental position. We'll go down the other length of the pitch. We'll elongate this lead by 2. And you guys start thinking here, Quanzek, with the 2-goal lead, Risk is looking to get to 3-0 and match point in a very fast way.
Yeah, and it has to be such an incredibly frustrating series from Perry. Like, Risk has played these games close, and he's been efficient on his scoring opportunities, but this game in particular, he's recognized the win condition, and it's not stacking up goals as much as he would like to. Perry is timid, exiting his own half, hasn't had a lot of space to operate with, and this is the reason why. It's flying challenges by Risk over and over and over again as he's going to execute on fantastic shot off of Perry's own back wall, and this game 4 is all but assured with a 3-0 lead in favor of Risk.
Risk is posterizing Perry right now, turning him into a montage. There's going to be clips abound just from this game alone, let alone the last 2 that are paired with it. 3-goal lead, not enough time to make it reasonable. Chrono says it's time to send this one packing. And, I mean, one more for the Gipper. That one's just going to be a yipper as we yip over into game number 4. The first 3 have gone to the back pocket of Risk. It is now the most difficult thing to have to do. Not just a reverse sweep in a best of 7, but doing it by yourself. Perry's got his work cut out for him. Risk has made this one easy. Just 1 to go before semis.
And it's a similar situation that we saw yesterday with Perry against shadi. There aren't many silver linings that I can find. And usually, Monkey, I'm a glass half full type of guy. I'm on the optimistic side, but it just doesn't really exist for me this series. Risk has outplayed Perry in every single facet across the pitch, and I don't think that slows down for game 4.
We had a lot of expectations out of Risk. Obviously, a very youthful player, a great, just mechanical player, and they were playing so well throughout the season when they were on Godspeed. I'm wondering how, transfer windows and maybe change-ups in rosters overall, and if that team will get even stronger. But the experience, the veteranship now of being able to kind of keep your mental kind of landscape good to go and the gut check to play through a long day is being simplified by this young man, because they're like, you know what? Doesn't matter if it's 3 matches. Let me get it done in 4. Let me Gen GK this thing today, and let me see if I can get this one going. So, game 4, Perry's got a lot to do. They've got 5 minutes to at least get the first steps to do it.
I will say, back against the wall, yesterday against Shadi, Perry was able to find a Game 4 victory and force a Game 5. Risk learning from the errors of other people competing in this tournament, though, twirls his car around, feigning 3 different shots before finally settling on the flip reset, and it comes with pace off of his nose into the corner of the net. Risk looking to slam this door shut before it's even opened in this Game 4, not tempt any further attempts at a comeback by Perry.
Perry just gives up the possession of the ball. He doesn't have anything in the boost tank, and he knows that his corner and his side has been stolen out, so he has to exist with small pads. It's going to be a giveaway, but it's only Risk that will pick it up. And again, he's been forced to cycle from this backwards quad. Not going to be given up his corner. He has literally lived on sips of air. The submarine has been going down, and he has that little pocket. He's starting to run out of the old O2, but is that enough? Oh my goodness, quick bumper cars, and he finally grabs 100.
Let's see what Perry can do with it. It's been a luxury in this game to find a full tank of boost as Risk goes for a little pop shot. The second that ball hits the turf, going to use the momentum of it coming off the ground, but actually hit it too quick and ended up above the bar. Here's Perry from the sidewall trying to posture for a late dunk, but not able to connect, and instead just going to filter this one back into his own corner where he'll look to go again.
Nice long toss. Perry's feeling good about having some boost to actually handle, but then he gets upended by Risk, who's now going to try and run this one down. Doesn't have too much, so he's got to be wary of that. That's why he's looking for some off-ball play, looking to sweep Perry from off the sidewall if he can. Powerful flick will come in. Risk will use everything that's left in the tank, and he will have enough of a chance to go to this corner. Reset from midfield. Perry uses that flip reset again, and he's going to have to go chasing. So we've had that one opening goal, and Fonzek has been just kind of run down city for both these players.
While that's true, it's a 1-0 lead for Risk, but it realistically should be much higher. Risk, hey, he's probably collected close to 1,200 boost this game. And I think Perry probably only has 150, but he's gonna make it work. Risk might have just, the ooh shiny might have took over his eyes there as he's running laps, grabbing the full boost, and Perry says, you know what? I finally have a little bit of momentum on you and some pace. I'm just going to put this one to the back of your net and force you to think twice the next time you go for that boost steal.
It's such a priority for Perry to, at minimum, get his corner. It has been so tough for him to find it initially, and then he has to make some guesswork as to what Risk is ultimately trying to accomplish, because it has been anything but easy for him, you, I, anyone in the chat, because Risk basically has all options open all the time. He's going to be able to preserve at least half of his tank, even with that corner taken out. And Perry's been playing this one pretty close to the vest and just fundamentally sound. We're over the midway mark right now. And it's still 1-1. Perry and the gang, really just Perry and himself, trying to see if he can catch Risk flopping sideways.
Yeah, it's the transition plays that have come through from Perry as he's looking to save this one. Gonna parry the shot attempt instead by Risk, and then take a flick himself that Risk will deal with. Second attempt won't be on frame, and Risk just gonna take his time and usher this ball out by way of a pinch to buy a lot of time and space. Forecheck coming through, decides to bail last second. Had he committed, he wasn't confident he was gonna win the challenge, but Perry trying to find his lead. He's looking for another attempt, and what?
Oh, snuck it in. Hold on. Okay, so he forces him to back up. I understand this part. Risk just went a hair too deep. Oh no, he did exactly what your cat does when they're excited to chase something down. He wiggled backwards and he was ready to go, but it exploded a pixel before he was able to finally make contact. Perry getting himself a late lead. We've got less than 80 seconds to go.
I was just about to say, poised and disciplined defense from Risk, committing to that late clearance from his own goal line, but he waited a little bit too long, and now Perry has a little bit of confidence in his stride, some swagger across the pitch as he is in a lead and looking to stay alive, force a game 5. Risk trying to find an equalizer, but a diving save by Perry will keep that one out of the net. Here comes Risk again. Slow pay this time, air dribble, bump, and the finesse on the ball. Gets it just under the crossbar.
That's one of those where either you start overwhelming Perry with shots or you gotta just line one up. That is a sure thing. It's been a while since we've had the air dribble bump to be able to just get ahead of that ball. He did it off a flip reset in the previous game. This time around, nice little pickup, and he runs forward from it knowing that it was on target. So we're right back to equal. Solid shot. Gonna make Perry jump even further. What can he get him to burn? A nice extension. Perry's got his flip. It's going to be punched backwards. He will get a demo. We haven't had many of those across the entirety of this series. Sub 30 seconds. Risk might make it pay off. He gets one tap, but Perry comes back in the nick of time.
Trying to double dip there on that air dribble bump attempt, and Perry was keen to it. Here's Risk. Mind game. Perry forces the pre-jump, then flips it high. Delayed 50. And this is miraculous from Risk as he's just going to watch it dripped on in.
You knew that he had Perry dead to rights when he was jumping first and then just floating there, using up his boost. He was able to burn time, watch after Perry, and then he ended up touching it actually too many times. Was hoping to get it to cross the threshold of his box. Now playing for possession. Risk has everything in the world. He doesn't even need to give it to Perry. He says, you got to come to me. I don't got to go to you. GG's going forward. One extra for the road. Risk in a 4-0 sweep. We'll be moving on to the semifinals.
Man, you know, the entire desk predicted Risk, but I'll be honest, I thought Perry would get at least a game. I was confident in Risk, but Perry entered through the uppers. He had some good performances, but from front to back, Risk proving he is the better player. There's not one singular statistical category you can point at and say, this is where Risk fell short. And even in the games where Risk maybe played himself a couple of times with some unforced errors, he was still able to find his way back into the series.
Definitely a completely different style from what we saw Risk play in the early games of yesterday's series against Ziad. It was such a tedious affair for that full Game 7 situation. This time around, Risk let it all hang loose. Every single play came out, and I still think there are pages into that deep, deep book. It was Perry that found a couple moments that made this stall out, punishing where some openings were, but ultimately Risk had a very calm mind walking into this matchup, just looking for chances everywhere that they ever could be. And you know what? That's going to be an all APAC matchup into that semifinal against Sphinx. It's going to be a scary situation, and I cannot wait for it to go the distance as well.
Yeah, it's a tough draw for both of those members against their region mates in this tournament, the Lone 2 representatives. But hey, it'll be a little bit of a grudge match between them. I'm expecting a heavyweight bout with lots of haymakers thrown between the two of them. But for now, we can focus on Risk's victory. He can revel in that. He has some time, some ability to cherish in the game win over the top of Perry, and it's not just bragging rights that he's garnered, it is fear, intimidation he can now give to the rest of the table because it looked very clean in that 4-0 sweep.
I definitely expect that one to be such a tight contest. I mean, for this 4-0, he brought it to Perry, did not hesitate to have a good game, execute the way that he wanted to play in general, and that's what he's got to do against Sphinx. Last time those two players met, it was in the GSL, and it went to game number 5 in the very first round. Now they've got a chance to take a seat at the big table in a best-of-7 format. Before that, though, Kwanzek, we're going to be seeing another big matchup as we've got Tfzu going against Nurmi. It's rematches galore. Not at all surprised, considering so many of these awesome players were able to make it from that Swiss stage in through the GSL and again into this top 8 bracket. It felt like it's basically fated for everyone to be able to see each other again. And, you know, It's going to be possibly a long day, but if we see early performances like that, Kwanzaa, we may get a lot of 4-0s until an ultimate grand final.
I feel like there's a different sort of strategy you can take into these rematches for 1v1 scenarios as well, right? If you've played them before, you have more experience in that matchup, maybe have their styles, their strategies downloaded, and Risk definitely looking like that was the case against Perry. Maybe one of Tfzu or Nurmi can show who has learned and developed more since that GSL stage only a few days ago. In that series, it was Tfzu over the top of Nurmi 3-1, but Nurmi looked good yesterday, and I think he has something to say with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder.
And that's definitely going to be a measure, I think, similar to what Tfzu had to deal with for Sphinx, because Sphinx was all over him. Nurmi, very mechanical. But either way, we'll be seeing that after this short break. More of the RLCS APAC 1v1 tournament coming up right after this.
That was fast. That was a very quick match then, wasn't it, guys? We talked about getting a 4-0 yesterday, it never came our way, but Risk coming out in dominant fashion against Perry, a 4-0 victory, and only for like a moment did it ever look close.
Yeah, there was a couple times that Perry was starting to find their footing. That was kind of game 2 and a bit of game 4, but no, yeah, that ended up being much more in control. Boyo, I think you would agree with me that yesterday Risk started slow. This one,
100%.
it was foot, gas pedal, just slapped down, just kept stomping it the entire time.
And Quanzek, I mean, now Risk is going up against Sphinx as our next match in the bracket. Of course, first up we've got our Nurmi match coming up first, but Sphinx against Risk. I mean, it's the APAC showdown. It's the real APAC final here.
Yeah, the proper APAC region 1v1 grand finale, just one round too soon, and that one should be very entertaining to watch, but we'll have to wait ever so patiently and sit on the edge of our seats first for the Nurmi versus Tfzu matchup, a rematch of when they played each other in the GSL, and maybe some adaptation, some confidence. We spoke yesterday, Monkey, about if Nurmi can keep up the same energy that he had over the course of the entire day, there might be a run that's going to be made.
Yeah, I see this one being much more competitive. I think we all said that maybe the Nurmi is definitely that underdog story that could end up happening. There's definitely some love from the Senza Esports squad. I already see hello in the chat that's talking about, hey, you know what, he's got this one. So there is definitely some Russian love that's coming out of this. So I'm on the fence when it comes to this matchup. But Boyo, this one is going to be telling what kind of overall matchup we're going to get.
Oh, I mean, I expect Nurmi to kind of come in quite strong here, but Tfzu just has that experience of winning before. If you want to vote for Nurmi to win this match, it's hashtag NM1K. If you vote for Tfzu, just write his name, hashtag TFZU, and put your votes in chat. But coming into this match here, I mean, as you mentioned, Tfzu already had the experience of winning before against Nurmi. And Nurmi looked a little like shaky at times in the series, but really took a bit of time to adjust, but as soon as he got control in his last series, he really did a good job of that. So I think it will be a close one, but I am going to go the way of Tfzu.
Ooh, I'm actually going to go the Nurmi side. I'm going to take the other side of the coin. I feel like he's got a lot of momentum. Those mechanics really impressed me yesterday. What about you, Quanzek?
I'm taking Tfzu. I think he showed out yesterday. It was a very tight series that he played, and he has the experience, right? He has the credibility, and maybe that shakes Nurmi's confidence knowing that he's lost before. It'll be very concerning coming out here how he shakes out, but does chat agree? Yes? No?
I think what chat has to say is in favour of Tfzu.
Okay.
Hey, you know what that just means? It means the Russian chat hasn't shown up just yet. Because they were all out in force last night, or yesterday, sorry, I should say. They haven't shown up yet, but I can imagine there'll be a lot of Nurmi love in chat very, very soon, because, as you mentioned, the Senza team is all behind them, the Senza fans are all behind them, the Russian audience in general is all behind the last remaining Russian player. We've got one Saudi Arabian player already through with Shadi. Tfzu could make it through as well to top 4, and we've got 2 APAC players of Sphinx and Risk getting in top 4 currently, so let's see if we can get a Russian player there. It's kind of what the Russian audience is looking for, but I'm excited for this game. I'm very excited. But how many games are we thinking in Monkey Man and Quanzek?
Ooh, okay. If that's gonna be my solid prediction, I think this actually goes to 6. I think we get denied a game 7 in this, but this is also kind of a revenge tour for Nurmi.
Yeah.
I do feel like it goes that way. So I mean, Quanz, is this gonna be shorter? Maybe.
Look, I'm not saying this just to copy you. I do. You're a role model in my life, Monkey. I appreciate you. And in this aspect too, I'm gonna also go 6. I think is a series. I think it'll go a decent bit of the distance, but coming out on top will be Tfzu.
Well, I'm gonna go for getting rid of Monkey Man. Don't want him anymore. I want me and you, Quanzek, in the casting desk. That's how many games I'm gonna go for. Get rid of Monkey Man. Quanzek, let's take the casting. Get rid of this guy, this ginger beard looking guy over there, and get into the game. It's Nurmi versus Tfzu. Players just in the warm-up lobby right now, testing out the lobby. Let me tell you, the ping is pretty much the same, 120 each, so it's an even game with a high ping, but I'm excited to see how they perform here. As you mentioned, Tfzu with that experience of, first of all, just being Saudi Arabian, they're just good at ones. Let's just make that really clear. The MENA region is just really good
nationality
at
buff.
Even in Europe, like, obviously not Saudi Arabian, but two of the top contenders are from Morocco, which is North Africa. So MENA in general, it's just really good at 1v1s. And I think that experience from the inner region players, you know, some of the best 1v1 players come from the Middle East. It's going to help Tfzu a lot in that experience aspect. He's played against the best of the best already, whereas Nurmi, coming from a country that doesn't have much of a kind of shine in the competitive scene to begin with, and hasn't had much experience in the 1v1 scene, kind of out with just Nurmi, maybe has less experience with good opponents as much.
Yeah, it's kind of a goofy sentiment to really lean into, but I 100% agree. There is a certain flair that comes from MENA players in 1v1s that we've grown accustomed to. It's expected from players of that region. They play with swagger, with poise, they're on top of their game, they're controlled, and it has been an epidemic in that region for just how prevalent 1v1s are, and Tfzu, he has been molded by it, if you will, and Nurmi, maybe not so much, but he came out confident yesterday. If that isn't shaked, he might give Tfzu a run for his money.
And one of the things I've kind of said a lot about the Middle Eastern players is they're really good on ping. They're really, really good at having high ping because so many of them, and I guess you could say the same for the Russian players, kind of happen to play possibly in European servers where they're going to get high ping as well, but the Middle Eastern players especially are so used to playing at high level in ranked on ping, at 100 ping, at 120, and then you go see them on the low ping settings and they're just so much better. But they're so experienced on this ping that I don't think it will really cause much of a disadvantage for Tfzu. For Nurmi, on the other hand, I don't know his experience in playing on ping and his experience playing on a kind of on-stream stage. Of course, we saw him yesterday and he maybe started a bit nervous at the start but looked really good as time went on. So it's all about the start for me. If Nurmi can kind of maybe let the nerves go and kind of get into the series really fast early on, he could surprise Tfzu and really challenge him. Otherwise, I think Tfzu's going to feel very comfortable.
I couldn't agree more. I think what we saw from Nurmi yesterday was coming out of the gates roaring. He was feeling himself and he was confident going for challenges and plays that I think somebody playing in a 1v1 tournament typically doesn't look to go for. With that being said, he is against a higher quality opponent here in Tfzu. So if Nurmi is able to get shaken off of that path by Tfzu, get rocked by an early goal, by being read like a book, some easy reads by Tfzu, I think the second Nurmi comes back down to earth and starts playing a bit more passive, that's when Tfzu can really take over.
Well, ready to get things going. Nurmi versus Tfzu, our second match of the day to find our next top 4 player. One of these will be eliminated, the other one, well, I don't even know if it's a better situation. We'll go off to face against Shadi. So, take that as you will. Do you even want to win this match in that case? Because that is not going to be an easy one. But Tfzu coming in strong early on with the first goal of the game. Just slipped it past Nurmi off the back wall. And a quick goal, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that, like, do you even want to win? But it's still an elimination match at the end of the day. And if you want to be the best, gotta take over Shadi on the way. He will certainly be a part of that road as Tfzu. Strong low 50. It will actually bounce over north of the crossbar. So Nurmi going to take back over. Dipsy doodle this one down, but with no boost in the tank, just going to see possession over Tfzu. He chips it up to himself and then taps it in to make it a 2-0 lead.
Well, it's a fantastic start for Tfzu here. Nurmi getting caught lacking in the midfield there. So low paced and an easy goal for Tfzu to find 2-0, only 40 seconds in. And already our Saudi Arabian player is a bit of a demanding lead here. Can Nurmi find the response off the kickoff? Should be saved in the line by Tfzu, and he'll do exactly that, but in a precarious situation here with zero boost in the tank and been not given opportunity to find anything, not even a small pad just yet. It is all Nurmi right now. Finally Tfzu finds something off the ceiling challenge. He gets the dunk. That might just sink on into net straight away. No, off the back for the Tfzu. It's a goal nonetheless. 3-0, and it's only been a minute.
Tfzu had to do some form of VOD review looking at the previous match between Nurmi and PV, because PV was content to allow Nurmi the space and sit on the goal line to find a save. In the air, the second Nurmi was going to take the shot. Tfzu here early, challenging, gets rewarded for the previous goal, and this one just going to drift in off the kickoff because he's there first.
Another goal straight off the bat for Tfzu. I mean, it's only been a minute and he's already 4-0 up. Unfortunate here for Nurmi for the start. We talked about him having to, you know, try and get this good start, try and avoid the nerves coming into this one. Well, this is really not helpful for him here, having a 4-0 deficit in a minute. Hopefully we try and pick things up as time goes on, or else Tfzu will just start to run away with this game. Good pinch away by Nurmi here, but Tfzu should make it back in time. Positionally, Tfzu has been very sound. He's always at the right place at the right time. Nurmi on the other hand, where's he gone? Net's left wide open, and Tfzu another free run onto net.
Here's my concern, it playing out in real time of what I positioned before the game. Nurmi concedes early, instantly loses a lot of confidence, and Tfzu starts reading him clinically. Current clean sheet for Tfzu onto Nurmi, but he's looking to change that. Good placement on the shot, and that's the beginning of a comeback. And just really good look here by Nurmi, recognizing he has every sort of advantage with the ball, with the boost. Tfzu has to guess, and Nurmi says, I know where you're not going to be. I'll put it over there.
Positive kickoff here for Nurmi. He can try and catch Tfzu off guard. Goes for the 50-50 low, and Tfzu cannot deal with it. Really actually solid play there from Nurmi. He wins the kickoff and notices that Tfzu does not go for boost. So he notices that he's really got the advantage in that situation. He can go straight forward with the ball, put some power on it, and Tfzu kind of has to just put his body on the line and hope for the best, something that in that situation just did not work out for him. Nurmi starts to claw back at this game, but it doesn't take long for Tfzu to win a goal of his own.
Yeah, this is the treatment that Tfzu's showing, saying, hey, I will bend, I will not break, however. It's going to take more than that to find a crack in my spirit, a chink in my armor. That demo is going to help out Nurmi, though. Tfzu did regain his 4-goal lead, but the little chip in from Nurmi by way of demo pulls it back down to 3.
I mean, you saw Nurmi there also give me a bit of panic. He went with the wave dash to try and get the goal faster, and just missed the wave dash, so he had to wait a little bit longer. Off the kickoff, Tfzu may have got demoed, but his car touching an inch of that ball sends it just off course of net and saves that shot. I mean, he really put a leg into it there. There's no other way to describe it. He put his foot in before getting taken out and barely making that save in time. Down the other end, now Nurmi will try, but Tfzu once again going to bounce, going to find another goal, makes it 7-3, and every moment that Nurmi gets a chance of a comeback, he just gets it taken away.
And that's what Tfzu has to do. The second he starts leaning into Nurmi, getting momentum, feeling good about himself, he has to slam that door, otherwise things get away too quickly. Tfzu hits the crossbar on the shot. The in and out save connects for Nurmi, and that one's just going to roll the length of the pitch to regain this 3-goal deficit. But can Nurmi break the pattern here, boyo? Every single time this happened, Tfzu has found a goal to yet again make it 4. This is it off the kickoff.
Well, Nurmi getting ahead in the game, and a kickoff win will make this one a little bit closer, boost the confidence for sure. 7-5 now for Tfzu, 1:47 to go. Tfzu's lead growing more and more thin as time goes on. He's got to be cautious about it. Oh, off the ceiling, Tfzu, what can you do, my son? Oh, to the top corner, saved by Nurmi. A brilliant idea from Tfzu, but just not enough to get past Nurmi this time.
Challenged by Tfzu, earns him a lot of open space, but he pre-flips past the midfield boost and ends up coming to a screeching halt. Somehow this is still worked out.
Oh, and
he finds the ball, he gets the demo, and he's going to tick away all these precious seconds off of the clock. so much pace found immediately there on that challenge, and Tfzu, I thought it might have fallen apart once he missed that midfield boost. He proved me wrong very swiftly.
You can tell that Tfzu is playing a little bit more cautiously in regards to Nurmic's possibility of a comeback here. And Nurmic gets another goal with for good reason that Tfzu did that, because he slowed down the ball on that last shot to give Nurmic less time for a comeback, something that I think if you were feeling utterly confident that you're going to win this game, you would not be doing. You would just be scoring and going for more. So Tfzu is aware that Nurmic is a good player and that he can make a comeback here, especially only being a 2-goal difference, make that 1 after Nurmic getting a fantastic musty off the side wall. It's a brilliant effort here from Nurmic and Tfzu. I mean, he's got to really get his head in gear here and make sure that his comeback is denied.
Yeah, he's maintained to a multi-goal lead throughout this entire game, number 1, but conceding late here, and that bump's not going to help. Nurmic has positioning, didn't jump for the ball, though I think he could have with enough boost in the tank. Decided the play wasn't worthwhile. Here comes Tfzu now. Nurmic reads it perfectly. Tfzu is just going to back check and play this pass to himself off the sidewall. Can he catch back to this off the ground? Nope. Instead, opting for that corner. Chip a little bit too heavy on the initial touch. Lots more weight behind it than he originally anticipated, but Nurmic was concerned for a challenge there. Tfzu kind of toying with them, and it seems like he's content to just play defense and bleed out this clock. He's going the opposite direction of the ball. He's going to pull Nurmic into him and then just go coast to coast.
Oh, what an intelligent play there. He sees that Nurmic isn't challenging, so he just stalls the clock for as long as he can. The reason he went all the way around the world, it was just to let the clock run out more. Only 5 seconds left now, and Nurmic needs 2 goals. He'll need 2 kickoff goals in a row to win this one. And it's not happening. The kickoff goes the way of Tfzu, and that will be game number 1 going in his favour. It got close and dicey at the end for sure, but he kept himself calm and collected there. Tfzu, great work.
Little bit of sweat that I'm sure Tfzu collected on his brow, but a sigh of relief at the end of the game. Good poise at the end to control where that ball went, to lead the clock and whistle in the finish of game number 1. Tfzu starting out on the right foot, but Nurmic showing there's some dog in him.
Absolutely even in shots at Nurmic. Although he got 3 more demos than Tfzu, he still was not able to find the goals off the back of it. And still, Tfzu came out on top 9-7. It was a very good win for him. And as I mentioned, good work from Nurmic. He had a really slow start, and I think if that kind of initial 4-goal lead didn't come the way of Tfzu, this would have been a way more dangerous game for him, because Nurmic in the latter half of the game was shooting with nothing else.
Yeah, looking good here for Tfzu. Nurmic did have some answers, but I think they came in a little bit too late. I mean, we saw the rallying comeback, the effort put forth, and maybe you add an extra 30 seconds into that game, Nurmic's able to find it, but instead Tfzu holds on. With this momentum shift, though, can Nurmic start off on a better foot to put himself in a position, pole position for game number 2?
Well, it's been probably one of our closest games yet, I would say, even though maybe it didn't start off that way. But can Nurmic keep this up? Tfzu looked quite comfortable at most of the game, but as Nurmic kind of had the kind of shoddy start and maybe a bit more apprehensive as time went on at trying to make that comeback, a bit demoralised that he couldn't get there. Now here for game number 2, coming off the kickoff, we'll see if he can kind of get that early lead, and I think that will be a quite defining moment. We've seen it quite often that the player who scores first in these 1v1s has a lot more comfort in their gameplay and can play a lot more kind of calm and collected.
Yeah, it's what we're looking for, some adaptations. That's a very great start early here. Finding a last-second flick over the top of Tfzu, who is spiraling, trying to make any sort of contact. But when Nurmic is given the greenery, he's able to run away with shots just like that, and that's exactly what happened here. Looking for a second, come back for another round, and he's going to allow Tfzu to flail away in his own defensive half, let him come back out to him, as now both players are fighting on opposite sides of the pitch. What is this sequence? Has this gone in? Yeah, that was really weird. Tfzu was challenging almost for Nurmi, but after the culmination of all this, can Tfzu wrap around? Yeah, he will equalize, and that was very clumsy for a second there.
Some really confusing 1v1 gameplay, but it ends up going the way of Tfzu, thriving in the chaos right there, because I don't think anyone had a clue what was going on. Off to the side the ball will go as Nurmi rushes for that corner boost. Tfzu has to respect the boost totals and backs on off for just a moment. A quick dive in and a grab at the corner. Tfzu in a dangerous situation here for Nurmi. That ball pushed upfield. He knows what Tfzu can do with the 50-50s. Good flip by Nurmi, just going to go wide. It's Tfzu. Oh, he's barreled under that ball there. Maybe a bit too confident as a goal for Nurmi. He makes it 2-1. He finds the lead.
Man, Nurmi, the poise that he's shown, prowess to deflect that, deal it into the middle, a quick cut, gathering that ball instantly. Can he do it again though on defense? Tfzu! What a fantastic double tap! Gets the flip reset, plays it behind Nurmi, and postures his car to wrap it around Nurmic's incoming missile for the tap-in.
The flip reset double touch. They're only up there for goal of the series so far, alongside Nurmic's off the sideball musty reset. Tfzu another chance on net here. Trying to take it high above Nurmi, can't find the touch enough. Looks for the demo instead, but I mean Nurmi getting that dominance, a lower hitbox, hard to kind of hit him at times. Maybe one of the advantages of using this card here is it makes it a little bit harder to hit. I mean in my experience, I always think with the Batmobile, I can never hit that card with a bump or a demo. And I'm imagining maybe a similar issue can be faced with the dominance, but Tfzu doesn't care. He's got the bigger car, he just barrels through for 50-50 and an easy goal on net.
Yeah, Nurmi just doesn't time the flip well for this 50. He hits it as his car is basically mid-air, mid-twirl, spinning away from the momentum of that ball, the adjacent spin that it had. And the contact that Nurmi found was just not enough. An easy goal for Tfzu, but he's conceded it instantly. Nurmi has been so swift recognizing when Tfzu draws himself too far out of position into the corners, and that's the third time that Nurmi has scored, or the second time, sorry, that Nurmi has scored from that exact same spot on the field.
No, he's got the flip as well. Oh, I knew it was coming. Sometimes you just can tell, and at that exact moment, as soon as he got to the ceiling, I just knew Tfzu was scoring this. He just has some kind of comfort around him here, and off the ceiling, reset. I mean, a great goal for Tfzu just to instantly take that tied up game from Nurmi away from him.
I was concerned about the defense for Tfzu, but hey, if your offense is as good as you just showed it is, maybe you don't need to worry about getting the saves on your own end, as here comes Nurmi trying to match Tfzu's mechanical play, and gonna have a little awkward bounce here off the sidewall. Both players misread that. It ends up being a little bumper touch, bumper kiss by Nurmi as he comes off his own back wall. Tfzu retreating, recognizing he has a little bit of time, strolls his car around to make sure his tail grabs 2 pennies, then gets the full, and here comes another shot from the sidewall. Uses the flip, grabs the reset, goes for far post, and it's clinical.
It is so clinical. I mean, he just has it down to a T right now, these flip resets. He knows exactly what to do to get them, and he knows exactly how to score them at all moments, and he's so confident in doing so. I mean, that was the basic goal for Tfzu at this point, and that was one that'd be going in my highlight reel, put it that way. Nurmi, a reset past Tfzu, but he can't get the follow-up touch here. Tfzu's quick with the boost grab and rushing out to the corner, avoiding the bump from Nurmi. He gets himself in a good position to get a clearance out. Low on boost, but he takes this ball high. This is dangerous for Nurmi. He's not up in time. To the back he will go, but Tfzu, sorry. He just does it again. One sec, he can't be stopped when he's in the air.
He looks like Nurmi yesterday. Nurmi could not be stopped by PV every single time he took to the air, and now Tfzu's saying, hey, anything you can do, I can do better. He's stashing these goals in his side pocket, and here he goes again, recognizing this has been working.
Oh, no.
And Nurmi is so scared That fortunately doesn't go into the back of the net, but the second Tfzu is jumping now, so is Nurmi, and Tfzu sees that. He instantly goes back to the ground to play this, and Nurmi, it's a collapse in front of our eyes, boyo.
I mean, Tesseract just keeps playing pure disrespect for Rocket League right now. The space that he's going for, the slow touches onto net, he is a competitor through and through. He is here to win, but I mean, quite often we see ones being really defined by the ground game. This is fully by the aerial presence from both of these players which defining this series. Tfzu has had the aerial superiority for this whole series, and Nurmi has really had not much to say about it.
No. And anything that Nurmi is trying, Tfzu is adapting to. I mean, we just saw Nurmi instantly pre-jump on the last look for Tfzu, and Tfzu says, okay, I'll just take it back to the ground, and you just wasted way more boost than I did. You had 50 in the tank, you're now down to 12. I'm still sitting on 60 boosts as here comes Tfzu again to the ceiling, and he's going to opt for a ceiling pinch. Ends up high of the bar, but I do like the creativity and the vision. Had that gone in, I would have had quite a loud reaction here in the booth.
I mean, Tfzu just going to run that clock down. He knows he's already won this game. It's a 5-goal difference with 20 seconds. It's a celebration lap right now. He'll be going 2-0 up in the series. Avoids the bump by Nurmi. He's going to dribble this ball around, stall for some time. Not even give Nurmi a consolation goal. Make him feel down in the dumps about it. Seems like Tfzu's plan right now. But a game that maybe about 2 minutes ago was 3-3 all tied up, ending 8-3 in favour of Tfzu. I mean, he just took the latter minutes of this game to a different level.
Yeah, Tfzu played the first half of game number 1 very well. Nurmi, it felt like, made a mid-game adaptation and change and rallied on the comeback. Tfzu, during our intermission between games 1 and 2, analyzed that game and said, okay, here's what will work. Not what should work, but what will work. And he executed time and time again, going to the air and playing Nurmi's own card against him from yesterday.
One thing I want to note is that in a lot of these games you see quite even shots between the players, and maybe it's just that one got more saves or one maybe just hit the post a few too many times. Even if Nurmi scored every single shot that he took on target, he still would have lost that game 8-6. Like, Tfzu dominated that game. It was 11 shots to 6 in total. If Nurmi scored all of them, he still loses. Even if Tfzu didn't make a single save, it would still have been in 6-6. Like, every single thing statistically just goes against Nurmi there. And I mean, I don't know how you come back from that game. This is going to be a hard game for you, because if he loses this game, it's match point against him in Quantic. How do you bounce back from that?
I don't know if you do. And here's my concern. This is deja vu from the series we just had of Risk over the top of Perry. Risk dominating in every single statistical carry or category. And yes, Perry came back and tried to win a couple games that ended up being one goal deficits that looked close. But at the end of the day, you just can't keep up with the amount of shots and efficiency coming out by the opposition, and that's what we're seeing from Tfzu. Game 1 was close, but Game 2 looked like a rout, and if Tfzu doesn't crumble in the tail end of game number 1, it looks identical to what we just saw. If this one goes in favor of Tfzu, we might have a second consecutive sweep here on stream.
I'm going to actually convey maybe a question a little bit too early. If Tfzu keeps up this kind of aerial presence and aerial superiority, do you think he fares quite well against Shadi, considering we saw him have a more solid ground game, but didn't see much of his aerial presence against Perry? It was a very ground-focused game with the flicks and the general 50-50s going positive for Shadi.
There's definitely a chance. My hesitation before I fully commit to saying yes, Tfzu, I think can rival what Shadi's putting out, is you have to get there. You can't go from the air to the air over the entire length of the pitch. You have to go from the ground up the wall at some point. And I think that would be Shadi's catalyst to deny that opportunity before it rears its head and manifests itself. But we gotta finish this series first. I appreciate the speculative question, but Nurmi saying, hey, don't forget about me. I'm still here. He's going to cut the lead in half.
That leads quite well into what I want to ask next, is with Nurmi kind of struggling in the aerial positioning against Tfzu. Tfzu always kind of being faster to the ball in the air, always winning these challenges in the air and kind of pulling out the flip resets when Nurmi is struggling to defend. It feels like it would benefit Nurmi to, even though his aerial game seems to be his better side, to try and focus more on the ground game and try and kind of win in the more fundamental side against Tfzu. Even though it may not be his strong point, it seems like he should try and adjust into that kind of gameplay.
Yeah, there's definitely room to make that shift and see how that transpires. Tfzu, I'm just swallowing up all the room. Nurmi has to retreat into his own net with 0 boost. There's not many options. Has to hope for a good 50, but Tfzu had all the momentum, all the power behind him. Force equals mass times acceleration, and Tfzu just on top of the board there. And here he comes off the ceiling for a challenge? No, he's thinking better of it. Just going to opt back for the ground play and then challenge. Nurmi wants to use the boost, but look at that air dribble bump. That is textbook.
I actually wonder here, because the way Tfzu kind of moved in the air, I'm going to kind of watch this replay. It looks like he was actually trying to get hit onto the backboard. I don't know if that was the exact plan, but he looked like he was trying to get bumped early so he could land and recover. But if that was the idea, I really like the creativity coming out from Tfzu there at the back line. The kickoff, on the other hand, no creativity. It's just a go for Nurmi straight up. He just wins that kickoff and scores.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. And Nurmi saying he's still in this one. Bump as Tfzu jumps, sends him screaming into his own net. Luckily, he's able to get there to glove that save, and then challenge a shot from the ceiling. Can he get back in time? Will use all of his boost, expend his final resources to collect. Nurmi still has some in the tank. Tfzu just trying to buy time, use a little bit of a wave dash to get some momentum going, and will get the clear, bailing himself out of his own defensive half.
Nurmi bumped and battered there at the back, but with Tfzu heading back to his own half, he's against Nurmi on the ground, and Nurmi taking advantage of that ground play. A flick onto net, works out very well for him, and he ties up the game for a piece.
Nurmi, if having to fight tooth and nail for every single bit of the pitch, but it is working to his favor, not allowing Tfzu to have time or space to either find the boost or the possession of the ball. That's a good challenge by Tfzu, racing out of his corner, and now that one fluttering over to the sidewall. Skittering around the corner comes this ball, and Tfzu just has to backflip to slow its roll before it reaches his crease. And Tfzu, I mean, it's the offensive pressure that's working for him defensively this time, Boyle. He let in so many aerial attempts. Tfzu finally able to break through, but Nurmi has been slowing him down as he's trying to break out, and that's been the change that's been working in his favor.
I mean, even still after these changes, Nurmi still faces a deficit. One goal down, that could very swiftly become 2 off the kickoff from Tfzu. It does exactly that, and although Nurmi has been playing a more controlled, I would say better game, he still gets punished so quickly for any slight mistake that he makes, and it puts Tfzu once again into a pretty strong lead here of 2-goal difference.
Here comes Tfzu.
Oh no.
Off the wall, flip reset, and Nurmi is just nowhere to be seen. How has he found that save? He bailed from the backboard entirely, opted to go off the ground, and still was able to recover in time. Miraculous there to keep this one at 2, and then a little bit of bumps coming out as Tfzu now looking for a shot on dribble play. The fake, another one as he's going to spin around, but Nurmi enough boost to swing around not once but twice to secure that ball.
Good challenge again by Tfzu. Nurmi thought he got away from all the danger, but Tfzu says otherwise. He waits at the midfield, ready to bounce, and out of nowhere takes possession back from Nurmi. 7-4 now in favour of Tfzu. A game away from match point, and it's looking very likely that he will be heading there.
We've seen Nurmi come back in a situation in game number 1. He couldn't close it out, but a couple goals now That demo's definitely going to open up the door. The spawn will not matter, as that one will be in the back of the net before Tfzu can retake to the pitch. And there's plenty of time on the clock, Boyo. Yes, Tfzu has looked good, but Nurmi rallying late. He's done it before, and he's scored early enough for them to be for him to have that extra 30 seconds. But oh no, you've blown it before it's even started.
Oh my, 8-5. I mean, just off the kickoff again, Nurmi cannot catch a break. Every time he gets close to any form of a comeback, Tfzu just pulls out something to make that a little bit harder. Here's a kickoff attempt for Nurmi here. It should be a goal, and that it will be. A minute to go now. Only 2 goals separate these two players. Nurmi's certainly not going to be counted out just yet, but how does Tfzu respond? It's been a common trend that he responds quite fast, and it seems like no exception this time around, already going on the offense.
Nurmi, lofted touch. Here he comes in the corner. Can he get something going? Early flick that Tfzu immediately has to jump for. Psycho attempt won't connect. But he's feeling himself. He's feeling confident if he can get there. Used a lot of boost to try to go for it, so he gets that save on 0. Can Nurmi squeeze it in from this angle? Tfzu, good challenge, just being in the face of Nurmi, constantly waving his hands, making sure he doesn't have vision, soaking up as much of the angles as possible. And he's ticked down this clock down to 20 seconds.
Every second without a goal is a second harder for Nurmi to win. He finally finds one back, and with 19 seconds on the clock, this is well and truly a winnable game for Nurmi, but he has got to act fast. This kickoff has to go his favour, and that's it. Well, possession can be found, and he gets the big boost as well. Tfzu got out of possession. Nurmi plays it absolutely perfectly. A goal back, a tied game, 11 seconds to go. And Nurmi, the brace of defeat, brings this game back to even, but off the kickoff, Tfzu causes disaster!
It's just in! Tfzu didn't even have to touch it a second time! The replay is gonna show the kickoff being in slow motion. Can Nurmi, he has to do it again. Delayed kickoff, Tfzu able to ricochet that one off his corner and then just retreat into his own half. Gonna guarantee the win. Maybe a little bit of fear from Tfzu going for that play instead, but that is disastrous if you're a Nurmi fan. Seeing the Game 3 loss in that fashion, you have to fear for the mental.
Tfzu really just play, I know it sounds very simple, but he really plays to win. Just even that ending kind of sequence there of, he could have went for another goal just for fun, like a lot of players would, just to kind of rub salt into the wound, but no, he is playing, he wants this top 4. He wants to face off against Shadi so badly. Just that slight dribble play at the end there to keep the ball away from Nurmi. It's just a bit of game intelligence that really is just desperate for a win.
Yeah, I mean, it's professionalism is the term that I'm going to choose to use. You can say disciplined, you can say he's removing the game aspect of it, but when there is not just some bans, but bragging rights on the line for Tfzu here, why flirt with maybe getting another goal just to concede one on the opposite end when you have a guaranteed goal sitting in your back pocket, ready to go? Nurmi, he has glimpses. We've seen it, and the rallying comeback in that game 3 was spectacular. But not having a game win under his belt, this series becomes nigh impossible for the comeback to be mounted with 4 consecutive match points.
Well, now we're on the road for a sweep here. 1 game away, and it could spell disaster for Nurmi and his run. Tfzu 3-0 up in the series, whereas Nurmi, he has to go 4 games in a row against Tfzu, a player who he is yet to take a game against today, a player who every single time just takes him out.
Tfzu, challenge from the corner, has the pace. Nurmi feigned his boost totals. He actually disguised that he had boost, retreating as if he doesn't, then finds the demo on the opposite end. going to tap that one in. Good play, good sequence there. I like the mind games. He's retreating, not using any boost at subsonic speeds. And still able to jump up just in time when Tfzu's thinking he has the edge over the top of him. This is the change from Nurmi as a Cuxer pinch. It might be too high. But Nurmi starting to get back in the driver's seat. He's feeling himself. Don't concede, though. That's a good save. Second attempt, Tfzu denied by Nurmi.
Keep in mind that the last time these two players played in the GSL group stage, it was a 3-1 victory for Tfzu, so Nurmi was able to take a game last time. He's looking to try and do even better this time and take 4. But he's got a long road ahead of him. Shot to net off the post. It's a good start for Nurmi, though he's showing a lot of aggression and a lot of pressure against Tfzu. Caught awkward at the back line, but a brilliant save from Tfzu. Reaction speed on point. He'll win the 50-50 challenge and take possession of the ball once again, but it won't be for long. Nurmi comes barreling downfield again. He is holding nothing back in game number 4. Another demo for Nurmi, which should be leading to a goal. This man is out for blood here.
Physicality coming through, and it's working in his favor. Both goals on the backs of demos, and that's not his only reliance, though. He's been on top of it. He's looked better, the driving force in terms of shots. He's snagged these opportunities, faster on the boosts. This is the first misplay that we've seen from Nurmi in this game. And number 4, underneath that challenge, Tfzu allowed to carry it over the top of him, and Nurmi still has work to do, even though he's looked good. Tfzu. Oh no, here he goes to the air again. He's been lethal from this position before. Taking it slow, Pogo! That's gonna hit the back of the net. No way, Tfzu. That's so gross. Go take a shower.
The reset into the pogo to get better possession, and then Nurmi just, he dives by but too low. I mean, how do you read the pogo coming out there? But Tfzu pulling out the mechanics when it matters most. Off the side, he's going for it again now. He's going for a neutral bump this time, fakes the reset. But Nurmi not going to be dissuaded from the attack this time. Down the other end, shot to net, saved by Tfzu. Just in time, 2 minutes gone on by, and this game, the general amp of this game is heated up big time. Everyone is going for everything, and it's giving us a real showing right now. Nurmi up for this ball now. Tfzu, he's back, but he doesn't go. He's hesitant, and the ball just sinks into net.
Nurmi floats that one in. It's just going to drift in off the crossbar. Tfzu, I mean, I guess he's a gambling man. He wanted to preserve the boost totals in his tank. Didn't try. He thought it was off the crossbar. Wanted to position for a better challenge, but it goes off the bar and in. He says it's okay, though. Here's my redemption arc. It's going to take a whole 4 seconds for me to find that goal that I just conceded, and we're back to where we were about 10 seconds ago.
3-3, and after a blunder from Tfzu, a good goal comes in to tie the game up once again, this time off the kickoff. You'll find goal number 4. Nurmi will be kicking himself that he couldn't get more goals early on, because Tfzu's already found the comeback and now found the leading position. Nurmi, he's going to start doing it again. He's got to go all guns a-blazing, looking for any goal that he can find, but Tfzu's woken up. He's not allowing it to happen. Nurmi finally gets the touch. Tfzu can't make it back in time. A tie game once again. 2 minutes on the clock, 1 sec. These players at a deadlock right now. There is hairs difference. You could split a hair between how these two players are playing. They look so deadlocked. In for the long haul, trading blows back and forth. Tfzu just gonna say, okay, yeah, you take the boost. I'm just gonna work this in your corner. Nurmi does grab that full boost in his own corner, as well as Tfzu just being a little annoying. He continuously tapping this one. There's this patented backflip challenge that's happened a few times this series. And how has he done this? He's been on 0 boost since the kickoff. Nurmi nearly sitting at a full tank, but Tfzu still finds the goal. What? I mean, Tfzu is so good at that low boost situation. As you mentioned, the backflip challenges have been really, really good for him. And he's making some really strong plays and some really strong challenges when working with absolute scraps. The thing is, he's just even scarier when he does have boost, except when he misses a challenge like that, because that was really bad timing. 90 seconds, 5-5. And Nurmi keeping himself in this game for as long as he possibly can.
Nurmi, he's not been here once before, not twice. It's three times actually, and it's another kickoff concession. And this, unfortunately, has been par for the course for Nurmi. Tfzu gets this down to, concedes enough goals, or Nurmi earns them, whichever way you want to look at it, to get an even scoreline. And then Tfzu, either through kickoffs or grittier goals, ends up with a last-second lead, and Nurmi might have made a grievous error here. He's going to concede off an unforced mechanical mistake. And Tfzu, this 2-goal lead could be the difference.
Oh, Nurmi will be so upset about that one. Just a goal that should not be getting scored there for Tfzu. But you'll find that he'll make this lead to 2, and Nurmi, in a situation he has been in for 2 games now, almost 3 I would say, but I don't think there was really a chance of a comeback in game 2. Tfzu, on the other hand, has been in this position before many a time as well. He has the lead, he knows how to stall time and how to win. So confident that ball's not going in, he goes for the corner boost. And what a decision that was, already taking possession back, making things difficult for Nurmi. The clock just keeps on ticking. The longer Nurmi goes about scoring, the harder this game will get.
Tfzu opting to go for lockdown defense here. He doesn't win the challenge, but he gets a monstrous bump that puts Nurmi out of this play. He has to wait till it's his turn again off the sidewall, and Tfzu happy to soak up this pressure. He's 2-goal leads. He's up 2. Even if he does concede, he still has a 1-goal lead, and now it's the 3rd time this series he's pulled this out of drawing Nurmi into his own half, forcing an awkward challenge because he's just going to toy with this on his own back wall, and Nurmi has to press the advantage. Tfzu, so knowledgeable about the game state, and he's going to walk away with a sweep. It's a 2nd consecutive one on stream. We have flipped the script from yesterday, Boyo.
Oh yeah, we have indeed, and Tfzu will be feeling very happy about that one. A 4-0 victory now, where Tfzu to face off against his Saudi Arabian compatriot of Shadi. Nurmi, unfortunately, eliminated in top 6, but a good run nonetheless. Still making it to top 6s. No easy feat.
No, I mean, you've earned your flowers here, Nurmi.
Oh, yeah.
Top 6, congratulations. You are here for a reason. You looked good, and genuinely, a couple different bounces go your way. If you're warmer, maybe in game 1, man, we are still going in this series for the long haul, but instead, Tfzu able to lock it down by better game knowledge, strutting his stuff, making sure to burn the clock when he had the opportunities to. Good challenges, recognizing what worked in the air, and front to Tfzu. I mean, able to get the job done, and outside of that goal in particular, where he let it float in, he looked like he could make a run here, Boyo.
Oh, 100%. One thing I find really impressive about that game is, in that last game there, Nurmi had 5 demos to Tfzu's 0. And usually we see them quite even, or whoever gets demos, like more demos, you usually win, or it will be close in demos. This was kind of a domination in the aggression standpoint, and Tfzu did not bat an eye at it. He played his own game, did not have to adapt at all, and he was so comfortable doing that, just relying on his pure ability rather than having to go for demos, go for bumps, and kind of change the game state that way. He knew that he was good enough to win, and that kind of confidence is really going to give him a chance against Shadi, because you're gonna have to believe that you can win if you're going to win.
And the second you change your strategy, right, things get that much more difficult. If Tfzu decided to throw it all in the bin, saying this game was close, let me do a complete 180, he starts chasing demos, he pulls himself out of position, and then his own gameplay loses a lot of quality too. So, Tfzu versus Shadi, we have the semifinal matchups laid out. It's 2 Saudi Arabians versus 2 APAC players, which means the finale only has to end in one specific way, Boyo. We are in for a treat.
MENA versus APAC is our guaranteed final, but coming up after the break, we've got what I would call the APAC final. We've got Sphinx, we've got Risk, find out who the best APAC 1v1 player is. We'll see you after the break. Don't go anywhere. Another quick match and another 4-0. I mean, we are speed running today, everybody. I am Boyle Royal, welcome back as well, Monkey Man, and of course Quanzek on the desk, and another 4-0. We are 8-0 in games today. We've had 8 games played. This series was faster than one series we played. These two, sorry, were faster than one match yesterday. It is an incredibly quick day so far. Now we're in the semi-finals, and Monkey Man, we have got the APAC derby happening.
Oh my goodness, this is the one that a lot of APAC hopefuls are looking for, to try and find if the king of APAC or if the up-and-coming rookie of it is going to find his way to the table. That previous matchup, I said in the chat and I'll say it again, it was a so close but so far situation for Nurmi. Some great success, but overall the game management out of Tfzu was so clinical, just keeping it at arm's reach, kind of a little bit of bullying happening. But you know, you guys had a good cast overall, and it was a fun bit of cinema, but still a 4-0.
Yeah, that being
sorry.
No, that I just wanted to chime in there. That is my apologies, but that end result, I mean, it's not what any of us expected necessarily for two swift sweeps, but now that they've happened, I can't say I'm surprised.
No, I mean, Tfzu looked really solid all throughout, and I thought he was going to have this win, and maybe not in a sweep fashion. And Risk, I mean, he looked excellent in his matchup, and traditionally has always lost to Sphinx, but I mean, he's certainly a good challenge on this time around. As we see with the bracket, we have Sphinx versus Risk, we have Tfzu versus Shadi. Our first match of them will be the Sphinx Risk match, where we talked about it being the kind of up-and-comer of APAC against the new top dog, but I mean, it was only maybe a couple months ago where Sphinx was classed as that up-and-comer position, so things are moving fast at APAC already, and Risk challenging for that throne in the 1v1 aspect for sure. But if you want to vote for Sphinx, hashtag SPNX in chat. If you want to vote for Risk, hashtag RISK. Now, I don't want to ask for your guys' predictions just yet. I want to ask who you think the chat's going to go for quickly, Sphinx or Risk?
Oh, okay, wait. Who the chat's going to go for?
Oh,
I think chat is going to go for Risk. I think that there's enough of a performance there. I feel like I'm gonna go for Sphinx, but I think chat is like, you know what, Sphinx needs to go down. Risk stocks are up.
What about you, Conde?
Sphinx
or Risk for you, and what for the chat?
For the chat, I think they're gonna go by way of Sphinx just because of the waves Luminosity has made. And they're going to the major. Sphinx is recency bias in everybody's mind. I personally am also going Sphinx. He has a throne to defend. I don't think he lets it up to somebody who's playing in the same position he was just a mere few months ago, as you said it, Boyle.
I'm going Sphinx as well. I think the chat will go for Sphinx here. I mean, Godspeed was in chat earlier supporting Risk, and I saw a lot of support for him as well, but the general APAC crowd, they all love Sphinx. I mean, they love Risk as well, but the players can't stand him. He's got too much, like, 14-year-old brain rot. That's all I've been told all the time by Risk about Risk, so I'm sure the players are on Sphinx's side here. They don't want to have to listen to Risk saying skibbity toilet in their ears or whatever later on, so I'm going for Sphinx. I think everyone else will be, but let's see what the chat has to say. We will make our predictions. We're up for Sphinx, and so too is the chat. 80% to 20%. Domination on the side of Sphinx, and I think pretty well deserved here. I mean, he's got a great track record, doesn't he, guys?
He very much does. He's won the last two, the Open and the Champions Road, and that 1v1 side of things has really just been dominated by Sphinx, and we're going to get to see it all over again, but this is kind of your all APAC grands inside of the semifinals in Kwanzaa. I mean, before we depart, we're going to leave you to go hang out, have some, maybe a late breakfast or dinner or whatever. Do you think this is going far? This was Game 5 and a best of 5 last time. Do we hit the distance this time?
We've seen 2 sweeps. We're done for the day. Every series from here on out should be a banger. It's the APAC final, it's the MENA final, and then it's a grand final. Cut the brakes on the train, because we're going off the tracks, and it's going to be a trip.
Well, we'll have to go wait and see here. Getting the players into the lobby now for a little test, and we'll get things underway very, very shortly. But as Hale said, we're going to be saying goodbye to Kwanzaa. Me and Hale Monkey Man taking you on this journey for the provisional APAC final, I'll say. The 1v1 of Sphinx versus Risk. The Malaysian versus the Singaporean. Who comes out on top? The 17-year-old v the 14-year-old. That's where we've got to now here with APAC. It's 17 years old v 14 years old. You combine both their ages, they're almost as old as you.
Oh man, they'd be basically a co-worker, but I'd still be their elder, especially coming in the next couple of weeks. This is going to be a great matchup. Both these players very mechanically inclined. If Risk is playing up to the speed that we saw him earlier, Sphinx has a lot to have to deal with. And it's funny that you mentioned, they're like, oh yeah, we just knew Sphinx. He was kind of the new flavor and maybe the new phenom of APAC. But how quickly do we age and become elderly in Rocket League? It feels like you turn 17 and you basically got to start getting prepared for your 401k of retirement. It's just going to get wasted. But I mean, this went to Game 5 for a reason during the GSLs. Both these guys play just kind of lights out and with a lot of great attitude.
I mean, yeah, they're both really mechanically gifted players, really, really strong presence on the pitch. Both, I would say, really confident. I mean, Sphinx, we know, is so confident. And I think Risk, I mean, I've not really seen him nervous in any 1v1s. Maybe in his one against Zyad, but otherwise he has seemed extremely confident at all times. It's a really promising match here. I think we are going to get a good one, like I've kind of alluded to.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? It's the king versus the counter. Can the up-and-comer, can the challenger to the current throne dethrone and make way for a new idea and a new identity of APAC 1v1 domination? Luminosity with the eye above will be watching in their main man and Sphinx, who is handing over to that Birmingham Major as representative for APAC, and Godspeed will be striking lightning down to the land that falls around Risk to see if it ends up going. Now, I asked Quanzek if this is going to go. He said it would go the distance. I'm starting to trust in him because that other one with Tfzu as well as Shadi is going to be probably as much of a barn burner. Do you think this deceptively goes short? Do we have tight games, but maybe an actual shorter series?
I'm going to go a shorter series because I want it to be long. So either I'm right or I get what I want. So I'm going to go for a shorter series here. I think this is going to be a 4-0, 4-1 in favour of Sphinx, but I do think it'll be some really close games here. I think Sphinx is going to be good at the early game and kind of getting his groove very fast, whereas Risk maybe taking a bit of time to get into it and pull out those mechanics, where I think it may be too little too late, but really close.
You know, I vibe with that. You know, betting against yourself and then being able to win no matter what.
It's great.
That's a smart move. That's how you know, we get some extra cook of the books. But I feel like I'm going to sit into Quanzek's camp, but so far it's kind of gotten sideways whenever I've agreed with them. So hey, you guys can tell us as well. Will this go far? Will this not? And you know what? Just be as loud as you can in the chat because we have only bangers left for the day. Game 1 will be right around the corner. It's going to be the Malaysian Stallion versus Singaporean Sniper, and I feel like this is going to be such a tight contest. I will disagree to you to a point. Sphinx will probably want to start fast, but I think Risk is going to try and bring that energy that he did in that matchup against Perry immediately, but he's going to be meeting how that puzzle needs to be redefined when it comes to dealing with Sphinx, who very measured. He had a tough contest yesterday in Tfzu, and yet that still only went 5. So we'll see how some of that energy basically begins to burn off. It's a long journey for Risk to actually get to a challenge of the throne, and Sphinx, this is his first one of the day, so maybe he's coming in cold.
I mean, I think that's a fair point to make. As you mentioned, Risk is coming in just playing a game almost an hour ago. He is going to be warmed up. I'm sure Sphinx has some practice just before here coming into this one, but not to the same degree that Risk will have had. Also, a funny kind of thing to compare to our previous series, the average ping of these players is a great 10. 12 ping for Sphinx and 8 for Risk. So, very different in terms of the ping department for this game, I will say. Almost like inside the server rooms here for both of them, but yeah, no, coming into this one, I do think that Risk has the advantage of being warmed up already, but I don't know how much that will really concern Sphinx, because I'm sure he'll have put the effort in to prepare in advance. That's kind of where my thoughts lie. I feel like he will be prepared because he's a professional at the end of the day. He does it in 3v3 all the time, where he knows when to prepare, he knows what to do to win, and I think that will carry over to the 1v1s.
It's about having, it's kind of like getting prepped for a boxing match, having your coach punch you in the gut a couple times just to make sure you're ready for contact. Getting up to that game speed, being ready for how you have to roll with some of these jabs and haymakers and ultimately duck into the clinch. I'm making this sound like maybe a 9-round ring fight, but that's exactly how it's going to feel as both of these players went at it in our GSL stage. It was Sphinx that barely came out on top in a very crazy Game 5. There was actually a ton of scoring into that series overall, but the semifinals are alive and well. It's the APAC 1v1. Let's see who's going to be the first one punching their ticket to go to Grands.
Well, right on cue, Sphinx gets the first goal of the game, and I mean, what more can we expect from him? Risk goes for the aggression play with the bump, doesn't really budge Sphinx at all. He just takes it like a champ, sits there still, and gets an early goal, only 7 seconds in. I mean, we said he would come out explosive. I mean, I wouldn't say exactly that just yet, but he certainly came out strong getting the first goal of the game.
It's Sphinx knowing that he's going to be basically soured in the boost department, and that entire lane outside of where he's aiming for possession, nothing. He just now got a small pad. Risk is going to turn this one in, and both these players, they know how to play so much of this macro game. Swallow them up, spit them out. You're tied ball game here very early.
Even against Tfzu, Sphinx was often caught on 0 boost. He was actually really good at dealing with being on low boost, but that was maybe his biggest shortcoming, was boost management in the 1v1 was really not his forte, something that Risk is really good at. He's a really fast player, he's really good at getting in your way and stealing your boost. Sometimes to your own detriment, maybe getting caught out of position because of it, but generally, very antithesis to each other, these two players, in terms of the boost management side.
I think one of the key differences that also kind of screamed at us a lot yesterday, statistically, is that there was a lot more demos in Sphinx's game. And Risk, I think, throughout his entire series earlier today, he acquired maybe one or, no, I think in total it was about 2 or 3, but it was only about 1 per game. Not a reliance on the physical game. Sphinx will go up and body you if he has to. Nice wave dash to catch up. Risk will collect. We end up slowing down. A lot of neutral ball to start things off. Flip reset for Risk, but that just was a step too far to catch up.
Pass down back to Sphinx once again, cuts in centre, shot hit the crossbar. To take his time here, a slow dribble toward net, off the backboard again with a bump onto Risk. Looks for the demo, won't find it, and Risk actually survives really well, gets that corner boost, gets himself back into a playable position. Both of these players have had so much experience playing against each other, I'm sure, in scrims and ranked and tournament as well. They know each other's gameplay very, very well. It's just a matter of kind of causing mistakes here, catch each other out of position, and really push to do something they can't really expect or can't really predict.
Key difference from what we saw Risk having to deal with in Perry earlier, it is definitely Sphinx that is eyeing to cut the line of the rotation from that outside perimeter corner. They want to take that inside lane, get a bump onto you, and maybe even get a demo. Flight Risk here. He's trying to just go from into pipeline. Oh, nice little cut. It's as simple as that sometimes, Boyo, and that will be the one that gets Risk a lead change.
Yeah, that's a lovely little cut there. And honestly, one of our quieter 1v1 games we've had all tournament. It's a 2-1 scoreline at half the game to go. This feels more like a 3v3 match with this current score. And both of these players playing really reserved, to be honest, kind of not wanting to mess up, probably due to the respect that they have for each other as competitors. That they know that if they make a mistake, the other one will pounce, just as we see here from Risk. Like, going for these risky plays is maybe a bit more apprehensive for the players.
Yeah, I would say that's I agree, because Sphinx has not turned around to challenge immediately like he's done in previous games in these 1v1s. Instead, he's actually leaving Risk to kind of jettison and bolt himself up on top of his forehead. When these two play, and when especially they did earlier in the GSLs, it was massive point swing differentials. This one is a much tighter contest, and look how he's just waiting for Risk to find himself in a narrow motion of getting out of position.
Well, a 1-goal differential now, 2 minutes to go. A 3-2 scoreline. Risk still has the lead here in game number 1. It's the APAC player showdown to find out who's our representative in the grand final for APAC in the APAC Open. Currently, Risk has this game in his favour, but can he hold on to it? Sphinx has the experience, he's the reigning APAC 1v1 champion. Risk looking to maybe take that throne for his own.
Moving up from this fight in particular into the grand finals, that's a $1,000 upgrade as well. So you got to think that some of that starts to, you gain 750, or rather some more of that just getting to this motion. But you'd love some extra cash. What a save! Oh, but there was still some momentum there for Sphinx. Good backflip even when he didn't have too much boost. Risk, it was so close. That ball just had other plans.
Inches away there for Risk, and a really good attempt. Minute 27 to go now, and both of these players are playing a quality game where it's just a matter of who will make the mistake. It's a big demo onto Risk here. It's an easy goal for Sphinx. Nothing Risk can do but watch on the respawn, and Sphinx finds himself in a leading position.
It was right off the rip, too, that you had Risk go to the midfield big boost, and Sphinx had gone all the way to Risk's half corner to get a grab boost, and then swam and sharked him from behind. So now another lead change. We've already had 3 into this. I'm expecting far more, but depends on what late-term possession that we get. Being conservative with what they got in the tank. Sphinx trying to just bide their time and force Risk to have to take less sound maneuvers. They get the first one. He parks himself out. This could be a breakaway, and it will be. We're going to be tying up again.
Now keep in mind that we always talk about Sphinx being the APAC reigning 1v1 champion, but one player that tournament did not include was Risk. Not present for that tournament. I'm not sure if he was actually allowed to play the tournament at the time. He might have been still banned from playing RLCS at 11 years old. I can't remember, but be it for whatever reason, he wasn't there at the top cut. So Sphinx may have got that championship, but Risk maybe thinks that if he was there, he could have won it.
You know what? That's what he's probably been training for. It's like, you know what? I took my punishment. I was behind bars, but now, you know, break the chains of .jpg. I am free. What can be done here? Trying to dethrone the current king. That corner boost, gone. Looking for small pads. Risk has to definitely capitalize on this motion. He gets the demo! Deletes him off the pitch! I did not think he was going to make contact on Sphinx, but surely, now it's 5-5. These 10 goals, we may only have room for a couple more.
Not long left now. It could be a case of next goal as the winner for game number 1. Sphinx going high, gets the reset, goes for the wave dash shot, instead tries to fake out Risk, but he is not going to budge. He defends that near post really, really well there. He knows exactly what to do defensively, fundamentally, and he makes it a great decision. Shot toward net here. Sphinx has to save this one off the post top corner. It's a goal for Risk, and with a second to go, Sphinx needs a miracle off of kickoff, and Risk, he just has to send this ball to the ground.
At 45, treating Risk so well.
Risk!
He's gonna shove it over him. Oh, he misreads it. He has to get away from Risk. Trying to just body him, and the block is enough. What a crazy turn of events at the end of game number 1. You and I, Boyle, we are being gifted with a treat for this one. Risk comes out by the skin of his teeth.
I'm trying to figure out what the benefit of Risk not going for that kickoff was, and I think it was genuinely a pure confidence like bait play, where he wasn't confident that he would kill it on kickoff, so instead tried to just make Sphinx go full power, knowing that he'll hit the backboard with that. Which, if that was the strategy there, I mean, that is brave. Because if Sphinx just hits that ball a little bit softer, that's the goal. If that was the strategy, then that is commendable to go for that.
I mean, imagine ripping that out of your playbook right in the face of Sphinx, who is confident, who is that player that everyone is basically measuring themselves here from APAC. And that 45 right now, that ringer, that is such a tough gong to have to hear if you're Sphinx, because that was overall a decent defense. If any other, like 90% of the time, it goes to that upper 45 and into that pipeline, it probably bangs out, just comes out and looking for something. But that bent straight in. And you know what? Risk is letting it all hang loose. They did in the first series. This one in particular, no doubt, no time to wait, no hesitation. Let's hit the next 5.
The player's eager to get into the game, joining as quick as possible, and Risk already scoring 8 seconds in. I mean, the confidence that must have came from that game 1 win is certainly being shown on the pitch already from Risk. But Sphinx, he's got a few kickoff tricks up his sleeve, goes for the delayed kickoff, gets a goal straight off the bat. Hale, it's only been 13 seconds and already 2 goals scored.
Ramping up the pace. You and I are going to have to really get seatbelts for our desk chairs because we are being strapped in for a heck of a series and a game. Sphinx is trying to collect. Oh, but he's outplayed for the corner boost. Risk will have a moment to move upfield, but that midfield boost, even a huge pop, he's going to force him to draw up more. Still conserving what is in the tank. And that's a freebie. Sphinx is making Risk bite, and he will carry this on his forehead the rest of the way. And lead change again. I need to start looking how many we're going to get of those.
Another one found for Sphinx, only 30 seconds gone. This game is more what I was expecting from them. A lot of chaos, a lot of goals early on. That's exactly what we're getting now. Oh, Sphinx with a fake off the sidewall. makes Risk come flying in, and I'm sorry to tell you, Risk, I'm making you watch this one. The fake from Sphinx with that flip there keeps it to the last second, gets himself faster to the ground so we can reach the ball faster, and plays Risk for an absolute fool.
Okay, I was wondering if we were going to get it back the other way, but I mean, that was good poise by Sphinx, because he brought that from the wall, knew that he had ultimately a fake to try and deliver, and has been now ringing the bell. School session is right up in the classroom here for Risk, and he gets right in front of it. There was no way for him to get an attack on that ball.
No, not at all. I mean, Risk tries his best to outmaneuver Sphinx and really good ideas behind it, but like a homing missile, Sphinx could not be avoided. Now though for Risk, dribbling close to net, he had the boost to play with, but decided he didn't want to kind of overcommit there. He was scared of maybe a dunk coming out from Sphinx, sending it down the other end. Has to end up playing back instead. Sphinx, he's going to do what he does best, the aerial game. Off the ceiling, goes for the ground pinch, nowhere near on target. I mean, lovely idea, Sphinx, but like that was so far off target. That one's in at least.
Look, that was a two-part play into that. Ultimately, he was like, all right, look, I'm going to the playbook. I'm going to say that was all calculated. Look, he either gets that floor pinch and it's on target and it's indefensible, or he drops into the corner zone, gives him a chance to go and get a midfield boost, right? It looked like he planned that, I'd say.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll say he planned it. He does have zero boost once again, though, as Risk. Every time he sees Sphinx going for a single boost pad, just swipes it away. Finally, he'll find the corner, but there's no way he won't. He'll actually miss it, but will not get scored on for it. Still stuck with zero at the pack line. Sphinx, desperate for a crumb, living off small pads, and it's still not enough to get anything more of it. The ball's stuck in his half. But, I mean, a credit to his defensive work. Sphinx still keeping this ball out. Even with nothing in the tank, Risk cannot make it past Sphinx. Instead, the ball sent down the other way. Sphinx had a moment to breathe. He finally gets some boost. And a challenge onto Risk could cause disaster, but never mind. Keeps Sphinx on zero boost apparently, because now Risk finally scores.
Finally. I mean, you see, so in that previous play, Risk actually had tilted his car forward and then went for the quick stall to have that jump power going for it into the ball, and so that when he does become ultimately a backboard from the challenge on Sphinx, there's a lot more just punch towards it. So job well done for Risk, finally getting something. The demo game, there was 3 demos in the previous game by Sphinx. It is definitely in his arsenal of just not even tricks. He's just going to body you and send you packing. This will be a free net though. So as much as he full commits, Risk can also be expeditious in the opposite pathway.
Good 50-50 win there for Risk. Just under half the game to go. Sphinx versus Risk is proving to be a great series so far. Off to the back wall will go. Risk has to wait. He's got the boost to play with. He should be able to make the save here. Squishy save out of net. He'll pinch that one away. The Sphinx is up again with the reset, chasing that ball down. I mean, where is Risk? Out to the side here. Sphinx just going to walk that ball in. I mean, Risk is too far out. He went for the boost and not by choice really, just by bump. Got sent flying to the other side, and they kind of watch that ball go into his net slowly.
Yeah, it was an idea to kind of bring that mid box, and then he got slung outwards to the perimeter, and Sphinx knew that he didn't even need to really run. He just kind of jogged. Oh, he's getting him to bite. Gonna get a quick half flip, and he's gonna walk the dog right back into the kennel. So Risk a couple back here, boyo, but Sphinx showing that first game, that was some thievery, and I think that we may be here. GG go next, or
yeah.
I mean, we have had Tex here before.
No, you're right. Game, but no, an FF.
All right, so he wants the FF buff. So game number 2, out of here. We're all tied up, and you were saying these were fast. We're getting even faster with this.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 0 FFs up until now. We have talked before about the FF buff, so all that coming to favour of Risk. A kind of fun fact about this game as well is that although Sphinx won 7-3, I mean, Risk actually shot more shots on net. Risk outshot Sphinx 8 shots to 7 in that game. Sphinx getting 6 saves to his name. So the shooting's not lacking for Risk, it's more the quality of the shot and Sphinx's defense being phenomenal.
It's been very readable by Sphinx overall. I think that's really been kind of to the quality, and also we're seeing some wash, rinse, repeat, some copy paste that's coming from Risk. He hasn't really kind of changed up the overall style, especially when you have some of that neutral ball, no man's land positioning. Sphinx will go to the backboard and to the near side post defense, and Risk, even when with handles directly onto the ball, it's like, all right, he's either gonna have to pop this and gonna get an air drag and to be able to get an air dribble bump, or he's just going to go for a late flick and fake. Sphinx is playing that very calm, going for that middle 50 percentile space on the challenges, and I mean, it's been a very thin percentage of wins for Risk. Ultimately, when they go midfield, Sphinx is finding a much more clinical presence that Risk has been unable to handle, and look how he prioritizes taking that corner boost away from him and going for that demo just like that.
I mean, that is a brave play for Sphinx. If he doesn't get that demo connection, or Risk gets the ball touched before Sphinx does get the demo, if anything goes the way of Risk, that's a go for Risk straight off the bat. A brave play, and it works out favourably for Sphinx. He might get a go out of it as well, but not enough power on that touch. Instead, Risk down the other end should be getting gifted a freebie. Sphinx tries to the save with Risk on Lido boost, but will not be enough. It's a 1-0 start for Risk, coming off of the forfeit. I mean, I don't want to call the forfeit buff yet, but it's a good start for it for sure.
It's also an overt effort, I'd have to say, by Sphinx. This will be turned in for a second goal. Oh, yep. One way or another, it became a second goal. But that first one, it was because you had the extra effort by Sphinx to try and punch it backwards and get Risk to kind of, be unsteady, and instead it gave him full possession.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blunder there, but Sphinx now with control of the ball, fakes the musty, and Risk falls for it completely. I mean, gets the reset. You think, you're almost certain to go for a musty there. There's no reason not to. Even then, it would be really hard to save. But Sphinx, he's calculated, but he's not winning these kickoffs, I'll tell you that much. 3-1 for Risk now, straight off the back of the kickoff.
We saw kickoffs be an issue for some players yesterday, and it felt like actually Risk was on the latter end of that until he settled things against Xeon. But today has been a completely different factor. He has been on his toes for any of these attacks. And I thought for a moment Sphinx was going to be getting yet another bump. He has been sitting in Risk's windshield and on his exhaust. He's all over this young player. But finally, man, it felt like already forever. We just got outside the first minutes, but a fourth one, great recovery from Risk.
That's like a pogo 50 he went for there. He tilts his car down to get the whole body of his car in the way of the 50-50, gets the pogo into perfect position, and then just barrels through Sphinx's car. Really creative use of the pogo mechanic there to put himself basically guaranteed winning that 50-50, more like a 90-10 at that point with how much of his car is in the way.
Sphinx wants to be underneath this. Remember how many times we talked yesterday about Sphinx basically keeping his flip reset hidden for as long as possible. Doesn't happen this time around. This become a shooting gallery. So, in your opinion, we already saw Risk. He wants to kind of shorten these games if he knows it's out of reach. Sphinx, is he at all that kind of player? Does he play to the final second regardless of score?
I mean, in this situation, I don't think there's a reason why, he can't yet anyway, that's the reason why he would, even with this current scoreline. I think he's got plenty of, ability in him to bring this one back, but I do think if the game did maybe get a little bit more distant, it is beneficial to go GG, go next, avoid maybe getting a little bit more tilted if the game's just not going your way. Maybe just kind of going next and getting into the future games, a reset of the mental maybe would be beneficial. And I think Sphinx would be aware of that. But for now, I do still think that with how long we've got left, there's still plenty of time for a comeback here. And it'd be a bad idea, even at the halfway mark, to forfeit this game just yet.
I mean, very true. And he can anyway, because we have at least 30 seconds before the rule comes online. Sphinx also feels like one of those guys that makes you earn every drop of a victory. So I could see him, even if we were at 10-1, maybe having Risk, have to go through this journey with him. He has all the boosts in the world. Risk has to come down from off of that post. Even with everything in the tank, now he's going to at least have an extra shot. That one off pipeline, and Risk still finds a better part of the ball.
Risk is fighting hard in this game. Coming off of that forfeit, he is determined to disallow Sphinx a chance at anything. And finally at that halfway mark, Sphinx is on the attack here. It's his best chance for a goal in a while. and finding the angle, but not finding the goal until the second shot comes around. A brilliant save early on there by Risk, just catching it on the line. Follow up from Sphinx is enough to find goal number 2 and keep himself in this game. Risk decides to go for the corner boost on kickoff, and he gets beat for Sphinx completely. I don't think we'll be doing that again anytime soon.
Gotta keep him tripping though. I don't mind that with, you know, a 4-goal lead, Risk is doing some, you know, high risk, high reward type styles to at least keep this a contingent for later. You gotta condition Sphinx, otherwise he's gonna condition you to his flavor that he wants. No boost, lots of problems right now for Risk. He will be outpaced, and now he's being outshot. The first half was all Risk, second half is going a different way.
6-1 turns 6-4, and things get a lot more scary on the side of Risk with 2 minutes to go, and control for Sphinx to make it 6-5. I mean, the young player must be getting quite nervous now. 2 minutes to go, and this could be a Sphinx comeback of all comebacks. We were talking about him possibly forfeiting this game. Now he's almost tied it up.
What lead? Oh my goodness, and what boost! Sphinx is dominating this one. He's going to try and put that straight at the goal line. Takes both corners, looking for small pads, see if he can get right back to it. Ceiling reset, plenty of time to do whatever he wants with it, and he's going to try and drop it in, and he does! That is 5 in a row in the bucket here, boyo. Wow, he has sat Risk down.
It's pure creativity coming out for Sphinx there. He has so many options coming off the ceiling that Risk has to kind of take note of. And the crazy thing is that Sphinx actually takes none of those options. He just lands on the ground. He goes for the simple play of going on the ground and shooting, and you know, Risk has to cover these 10 different possibilities of where Sphinx can send the ball from the air. Of course you're not going to consider the fact that he might just not shoot from the air. And Sphinx is taking pure advantage of the options that he's giving himself. Now in the air, flip reset, he's going to go for the 50, fakes out the shot again, and wow, I mean, it's pure option play from Sphinx right now. If he gives himself the choices, Risk doesn't know what to do.
He's purely Doctor Stranging this. He's seen 14 billion options, and the one that's going to work out every single time just ends up landing in his lap. Risk has no foresight to what's happening on the other end of things. So we will land into an affair where it's been 6 in a row after what was Risk in a much more dominant feature. That entire storyline has been rewritten, whited out, and now maybe a chance to try and drag it back in. Sphinx is on a tear. Look at him, a menace on this pitch.
That's goal number 7 unanswered. Keep in mind it was 6-1 for Risk at the halfway mark of this game. In a minute 30 seconds from then, Sphinx has scored 7 goals unanswered, and Risk has now finally just found 1.
Got 1. If he didn't get that 1, I was going to be sad. And I'm pretty sure he was going to be mad, and he may actually tell them to just kind of roll tape, roll clip, roll credits. But
maybe so.
Even so, okay. So we've had some now that these kickoff goals are starting to come through. This is when you really start to have that mental head shake. And 16 goals, what a total at this game.
I mean, if you're Risk here, coming off of a 6-1 lead after forfeiting the last game, honestly, I think a part of it, you might be thinking as Risk that, oh, maybe I shouldn't have forfeited this last game. Because if Sphinx can make this kind of comeback, why couldn't I? At 9-8 now, Sphinx is still ahead. It is a close affair, but I'm sure there's going to be some doubt coming in the head of Risk here.
Still with only 38 seconds, a very winnable feature. If Sphinx loses any kind of speed, Risk might have a chance to take advantage. He's showcased that he can do so, but Sphinx is operating at a tick rate that is just unmanageable for Risk. He's able to get to 10 in its purest form, and he's just going for this honest shot. He is not waiting for Risk to decide whether or not there's all these other options. He's just executing on his gameplay.
Let me tell you, I'm sure Risk isn't happy with this one. 10-8 after a 6-1 lead. Make that 11-8 off the back of Sphinx's goal here. 20 seconds to go, and Sphinx, I believe, sorry, not Sphinx. Yeah, okay, it has been confirmed. Risk has called it again.
Yep.
I'll let you know in chat because I'm in the lobby right now. Very much to Sphinx's dismay, he spammed though afterwards, but Risk still said FF.
Wow. Sphinx. What a bounce back. That first game, just so methodical. Game number 2, opened the ripcord, going flying down straight to earth, and it made Risk just put up his hands in an X and say, no, I don't want to deal with any more of this. Let me get out of here. A 6-1 position. I think we were about, like, what, 2.5 minutes left to go, and we're like, all right, you know, I've been posting up. Maybe we should get out of this game. Sphinx says, nah, there's a second chapter to this story.
15 shots to 9 for Sphinx as well. As soon as that kind of halfway mark hit, Sphinx became a different player in this game. He completely woke up and dismantled Risk, to be harsh about it, to be honest. It's unfortunate for Risk they're coming off of the forfeit into another one. Now Sphinx 2-1 up in the series. Risk knows that he can win, so that's why it hurts even more, I'm sure.
Oh, that FF buff apparently lasts only for a half when it's against Sphinx. So you don't get to really rack and stack that one up. So, all right, game number 4. We are guaranteed at least 5 in this one, boyo. Risk, I mean, he's had the early forfeiture, he had a later forfeiture, that one went away. He's got to find a mental kind of a pipe dream to live in to get his comfort factor back, because his confidence has got to be pretty shot. Got to take some deep breaths in this moment.
I mean, yeah, honestly, I know APAC players seem allergic to the idea of it, but I would have recommended a timeout coming off of that game. APAC players hate their timeouts, and that is a case for always, but if there was any time to use them in this 1v1 event, I think they would have been there for Risk. Coming off of 2 forfeits in a row in games where you really could have won is going to be a tilting experience, and is going to really mess up your mental if you don't take that second to kind of breathe and think about it. But I understand the kind of notion of wanting to get back into the action quick because you know you can do it. You want to just get there and get that win and fight for it.
Is that the ultimate buff, boyo, to have both a timeout buff and a forfeit buff?
I think so.
That'd be like a double buff. Just seeing if you can use every single buff in the book going to that next game. And so far, Risk is seeing Sphinx super buff. Came right out of the gym, swole as heck, and he's already got 2 goals very early. Now both of them pretty predominantly from a kickoff kind of rotation in general. But Risk has not been able to do pretty much the same game plan. Love the catch there on the spoiler. So he's picking up where Sphinx is leaving behind.
I mean, any moment he can find a chance, he will take it, and for good reason. Little opening brought to him by Sphinx as the goal back for Risk now makes this game a little bit closer. Of course, very early days in this game, and we've seen how these early leads can either mean a lot or mean absolutely nothing going against game 3 here, but game 1 and 2, we saw the early leads have massive impact.
Might be able to walk away with this one. Sphinx brings it to the wall, and that second connection, that is what I was looking for, because if he'd left anything else other than that, it was going to be dusted, and Risk would have been able to tie this one up. But this first minute now is at least signed and sealed up. By the time we were here last time, boyo, I think we had like 5 goals, and majority of it was Risk.
Yeah, I think at this point it was actually 4-1 to Risk, if I remember correctly. Now instead it is 2-2 with Risk getting equaliser against Sphinx, so maybe similar in goal tally, but definitely not similar in the outcome. 2-2. If Sphinx wins this game, we'll be heading to match point, 1 game away from the grand finals. If Risk can win it, we'll have a guaranteed game 6 on our hands and a tied up series of 2 apiece. But Sphinx on the other hand, he isn't here for game 6. He's here to get this over and done with and go to the grand finals, and this is the right road to do so.
Oh my gosh, right over the top. Nice little slap to get that air dribble bump, and that's still always a threat. Omnipotent between any of these players, and Sphinx will get their lead right back, but Risk will equalize, and it doesn't matter what mechs there are. If you just win a solid kick and then you're able to separate, I mean, this one goes over the head of Sphinx, and I think he even tossed him to the sidewall to just get a free look at the net.
Well, the kickoff being the defining part of this game so far. This time it will go even. Sphinx for the 5th day with Risk. Instead he gets a demo. Risk does get a piece of the action first on the respawn now. Risk challenging fast, but Sphinx is up off the backboard, double touch off the reset. Oh, when he's in the air, how do you stop this man? He is exceptional aerial gameplay coming out from Sphinx constantly this series.
with 2020 hindsight, I would have said, okay, Risk needs to jump a little earlier. But if you do that, then Sphinx will drop sooner, and then he'll be able to just get that shot in a different kind of parallel. So every single thought process, he's just, you know, a supercomputer, and he's operating at a much higher velocity than and a greater thread count than what these guys are able to deal with. Risk is trying to body into Sphinx, and he just keeps pushing him away. That's actually a very strong position, but he did not collect the ball along the way, so he will be stuck with just kind of carrying this ball. And even with small pads, Sphinx is in an optimal position to win that challenge and just turn it right back the other direction.
I mean, both players on that approach stuck on 0 boost basically. Sphinx, as you said, picking up those small pads. I mean, we've seen on almost every game that Sphinx has played, his low boost gameplay is sometimes better than his high boost gameplay, the things he throws out. Off the kick-off, it will be a goal back for Risk, so that 2-goal lead lasts a matter of seconds. But yeah, I think we're going to keep an eye more on Sphinx on low boost, because it happens a lot and he's always really controlled in those situations.
That's also why he's such a great utility player, and as well as just a phenomenal striker when he needs to be, playing on Luminosity. Look at that challenge right at the goal line. To continue my point, it's because he knows he can free so much up of the field to, you know, both of his teammates, and then he can do so much with so little that they're like, okay, I can trust him to basically do whatever, and I don't even have to share. That's great. Only child syndrome. I'll take that.
Now Sphinx going to extend his lead here off of the dribble. The flick goes top corner, and Risk just unable to find a touch on it. And hell, I'm getting worried here, because we've had games of 2 and 3 end in similar fashion with forfeit from Risk here. And I think if Sphinx keeps getting maybe 2 more goals in a row, I think that could tilt Risk enough to cause another forfeit, which would be a real shame if we saw a 3rd one in a row.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing, because what? Risk grabbed that first game with 1 second to go, if I remember correctly, and that was a 1-goal ball game in difference. Risk is going to sit him down. He's throwing him on the stool. He's like, you get the uncomfortable chair. And Risk, we are in a risky situation for that. But to that same talking point, I feel like he plays the rest of his game out. He's been quitting out too early. It's been booming his mental. He's not been able to outplay Sphinx the way we've seen him play before.
I think it is a wrong decision to forfeit this game here, especially after getting a goal at that. But yeah, I think fundamentally he should be playing these games out now, because he needs to get the possibility of a comeback for one. After you mentioned game 1, he made a comeback to win that game at the 1 second mark. Game 2 and 3, game 3 was basically over, there wasn't enough time left, but game 2 he had so much time, and here in game 4, he's making good use of that time. A 2-goal difference now. Risk finally starting to claw back at things and make something of game number 4, giving himself a chance, giving himself an opportunity to take down Sphinx.
Waterfall of chances, and it's starting to just not be from a sprung leak into an absolute downpour. Can Risk bring further pain? Sphinx will be behind this ball. He's going to use a wave dash to try and catch up, and look at the threat. Sphinx goes high to dodge it, but because he gets behind him, that's going to be a freebie. He knew when he ended up traveling from that outside lane, if he lost any speed, Sphinx was going to be able to steal that shot.
Well, 9-6. Sphinx extends his lead once again, but it's certainly not a comfortable one. We've seen what Risk can do, but Sphinx in the air is so hard to deal with. A great bit of saving work there to keep that out of Sphinx's grasp. The bump will find it, lands back on the wall. Great recovery from Risk, and another goal comes his way. I mean, he fails the touch initially here, going for the bump on Sphinx, but the recovery off the touch to land, get the ball at the back of his car, and tap that into net. The car control into ball control. Excellent from the young player.
He ended up ahead of Sphinx on that wall, and Sphinx got trapped having to push it towards his own box. Oh, and another kickoff. It is a game filled with starts from the face-off that just never go the right way. And this one, much the same for Risk. 2 double-digit games in a row for Sphinx, and he keeps this still to 3 points in his favor.
Sphinx goes for the delayed kickoff, but Risk reads it perfectly. He's got the boost to play with. Sphinx avoids the bump. Corner boost grab, avoids the demo as well. Another bump attempt there, but it doesn't work out for Risk, and I have a feeling this could be game. I'm not this is we called. We called it.
Oh no.
Oh,
there it goes.
That's another one.
Oh boy. Alright. So we will have another GG go next. Hitting the magical 11 apparently is just too much of a mental boom for Risk. So Sphinx will be to match point. Alright. There's no more. Well, I guess you could FF if we get to the other end of this next game. Risk has no more extra lifelines. He's got to win forward. And the only one he got the entirety of this boyo was by one single point. Sphinx, he's just not going to let that happen again.
Yeah, if come to think about it, if that 0-second goal from Sphinx actually did go in, if that kickoff didn't go the way Risk was hoping for at the very end of game 1, this could have been a sweep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's been a really close one, but every game kind of just ends the same now, where Sphinx gets a little bit too far ahead and Risk has to call it, and I think he could have went longer, especially in game 2. And I think he could have pushed a little bit further, but I mean, the mental boom has certainly hit Risk here. I mean, one's is 50% mental, and it's not looking good for Risk.
You know what? I think you said an important point that we didn't get to see from the previous Champions Road, the previous 1v1 Open in the offseason, how Risk would be able to play, especially into Sphinx. And seeing them finally kind of face off, not just from GSL, but also into this Open, or rather into this tournament, feels like we're finally getting a measure of what is kind of the old and the new guard facing off one more time. And if it's got to be just a long term, then Risk has got to find something to build upon, brick by brick, both mechanics and muscle memory. So we'll go over to Salty Shallows. Risk finds that first skull. That's a good way to at least start into this next game.
Well, it's a good start, but it's all about what he could do with it.
Oh boy.
I mean, game 1 may have went his favour by the end, but it's all about this end of early game here. Can he get a substantial lead, trying to hold on to it? And so far, he's not been able to do that yet.
On the one. And again, if you create any separation from Sphinx, it's an air dribble bump combo. That's what's going to happen, especially if you're on the defending side of this. Trying to fake out the Musty, couldn't really catch up to it after obtaining the flip. Now he's just going to try and walk away. Ooh, will dodge being swept off his own wall. And it is such a it's such a bullying motion to get just constantly demoed, constantly bumped. This is the same game plan that he brings to threes, and there's really no off switch when it comes to the way that Sphinx wants to move up and down the pitch. You're just at his mercy if you don't really cut down space and win challenges.
The game remains one apiece for maybe the longest time since game 1. A minute gone by, only 2 goals scored so far. Sphinx off the sidewall and a flip reset, and he's back to Arsenal. Risk is able to read it in time. And we mentioned this before, Sphinx did a really good job at really saving his resets till the last moment. And that's a prime example of that. I think he had Risk probably doubting if he actually had a reset or not there, because he took so long to use it, and he used it at the perfect time to take out Risk.
Yeah, that's been part of like the way that he wants to play into a lot of this, and now he's gonna sit him down again. If you're facing your net, if you're sitting to net, and you allow Sphinx to get the run down, you're gonna get run absolutely down. And it's exactly what Sphinx wants to do. He wants to have so many extra options, make it so tough to define, and then you forget the simplest one that he just basically acquired in your face.
Well, pinch away here from Risk with no boosty, but will go for the chase. 12 in the pocket. Sphinx pushed down the other end. Risk has to play this game a little bit dangerously here, but it won't go his way. 4-1 now for Sphinx. Only 90 seconds gone. Risk is trying something a bit more different, a bit more aggressive, a bit more kind of unsafe to maybe catch Sphinx off guard, but he doesn't seem to be reacting to it. Sphinx is just still playing his game completely.
Not been a lack of execution. Risk is going to try and at least slip one on target, set him down. Okay, so we get at least a single touch directly towards Sphinx in that motion. So tit for tat, Took a little bit longer, but in the time that he's gotten now his second, Sphinx has acquired 4 in a row. Gotta keep cool, gotta keep calm, gotta keep composed, and gotta keep from losing out some of these 50s. Oh my gosh, he's gonna upend him, he's gonna take his corner boost, and he's at 0. That is tough scenes.
The unpredictable dribble there. Risk stands his ground, knows what to do in that situation. But, I mean, Sphinx is getting aggressive with his play here, stealing all the boosts as you mentioned, going for all the bumps he can find, just to even kind of knock Risk out of position for a moment, make his car lose that little bit of control on the ground and make things a little bit more uncomfortable. A big Temo there just to shut down the attack and stall for time. I mean, Sphinx is pulling out all the tricks in the book just to make this game as difficult as possible for Risk to make any form of a comeback.
Sticking around from his own. I mean, when you're in your opponent's corner, facing your own net, and they are unable to get a better position and possession. I mean, it's just, you're basically on an island and with no hope, just throwing this to the backboard. Risk has no idea how high or how far he's got to go, but he knows that it's pounding right back out. Sphinx is playing a game of wall ball, and he doesn't need anyone to relay for him.
Well, a 50-50. Won by Sphinx, but Risk gonna nab that boost. Sorry, I'm laughing. I just saw Risk asking chat if Sphinx can show his demo tutorial on YouTube. I think Risk is a bit tilted by the demos. I'm gonna maybe harbour a guess here that the demos are driving Risk insane because Sphinx has been so good at them. Even in 3v3 Rocket League, you see him being a real nuisance up front with his demo ability to really create space for his teammates, and we're seeing it translate into the 1v1s.
Such a, I mean, the fact that you're just able to play every single walk of 1v1 and into 3v3 without any kind of separation, and it just works so well. We've seen that at kind of every kind of a major level as then turns into teams, but sometimes it doesn't translate the same thing. But because it's such a selfless and yet creative mindset that is brought to it, Sphinx looks like he's always enjoying the game, never having to sweat too hard. This will be over the top of one, and with 82 seconds, this is now Risk. He has this much time before his entire tournament has turned sideways. This APAC Grand Final before the Grand Final, he doesn't want to let this one go as fast as it's been.
To find our APAC champion, the best APAC 1v1 player, Sphinx versus Risk in the semi-finals of the APAC 1v1 Open. And with Sphinx extending his lead, the journey gets harder for Risk. He never got to face Sphinx in the Open in the off-season, but here now, finally getting to face him in a top 4 placing match to try and make his way to the finals, try and win the whole tournament. He's met a roadblock, and that is Sphinx. That is the ability of this prodigy player in APAC, the player who has defined the region for recent time, going to the major. Risk, he's the up-and-comer. He looks up to players like Sphinx, looking to take him down now, but it's a difficult task when someone like Sphinx is just so good, just so difficult to play with. And Risk, with another attempt at field hail, will just go for gold, but will he find it? No!
Stopped at the door. The doorman, the security is in the form of Sphinx. He's going to pop this one high, dare him to burn through some boost, and he's going to use that and more, running to the corner. Must score with time remaining, pinning it to his forehead, free jumping there, and just takes it away. Risk cannot bludgeon it down. He has seconds remaining before this one is unreachable, and that exactly is where it will remain. Top 4 is as far as Risk will go, but Sphinx once more, for the 3rd time in 3 tournaments, will be going to the Grand Finals for 1v1 to try and defend his crown.
I mean, he is the best player in APAC for a reason. My oh my. Sphinx comes out on top 4-1. Game 1 could have went his way as well. That's just how close it was. 3 forfeits coming out the way of Risk, and only that final game played to the whistle, and it was not enough help. I mean, Sphinx has made it to the Grand Finals. It's where we expected to make it there, but Risk did put on a show all tournament long. Give him some credit for that, for sure.
Sphinx are, I mean, we're going to be seeing these highlights, and we're going to see Sphinx really kind of just putting his thumb onto the top of Risk's forehead and just telling him, look, we tried, but that's about all you're going to be getting. Unfortunately for him, Risk had kind of an early start, but grabbing this first one, Sphinx gets 4 in a row. Just felt like at times it was uncontested, and that's one of those where he kept that flip just hidden forever. It's almost impossible to know what the next weapon and next idea is going to be.
I mean, it's so difficult to read him, and Risk did a good job, especially in the early parts of the series, being that kind of player who could read what Sphinx was going to do, who could counter him, and I think we saw that in the gameplay of Game 1, being a lot more slow, being a lot more calculated, but when Sphinx got into his element and started pulling out really difficult things for Risk to deal with fundamentally, that's when it started slipping away as a series, and Sphinx became a lot more dominant, a lot more in control. Now in that grand final spot, he's either going to have a rematch, actually no matter what, he's going to have a rematch of one of the Saudi Arabian players, and I mean, we all, of course, most likely think that it will be Shadi. But against Tfzu, Sphinx looks great. Against Shadi, you're only been able to take a game. Do you think he's looking better than he maybe did in that group stage? And do you think he could push any of these players to their limits and win a grand final?
I feel like there is the potential from what he has learned, and if I have seen Sphinx do anything, dude is all about learning. He probably went back, reviewed the tape, recognized, all right, I came up short in some of the ways that I challenged, maybe kind of hung things loose, because, you know, when he went against Shadi in that GSL Group B match, it was, you know, both players were going to qualify. Didn't matter which side of the top 4 you were going to be, so the stakes were not as high. Sphinx shows up when the stakes are put at their absolute pinnacle, so I feel like that one will be an elongated series, but that All-MENA matchup will definitely give him a good idea of how he has to play. And regardless, Sphinx is definitely going to be trying to bring this to the table and have a great fight for us.
I mean, a great fight for us coming in the final, and with Risk going out of the top 4, we had 2 APAC players make it to top 8. We had one go out in 4th place, or 3rd and 4th place, and one in the grand final, so at the end of it, I'm really proud of how APAC performed at this top 8 stands. I mean, Risk had a great run, taking down Perry, taking down Zayed at the lower bracket, and then having a good series against Sphinx, a player who has beaten before. I mean, to give Risk even more credit, in this tournament, he has only lost to Shadi and Sphinx. Shadi once in Swiss, and Sphinx twice in the main bracket, in GSL and in the playoff bracket, so he really has shown to be possibly the 3rd best player in this tournament with who he has lost to. It's really been a good showing from him, and I think he should keep his head held high going into future tournaments, be that 3v3 or other 1v1 events happening in APAC later on, because, I mean, I think he's such a promising young player.
He definitely is, and I feel like we have gotten a kind of a measure of that yesterday. They had very close duels. I think, if I don't forget, we had 2 overtimes. You know, they ended in the very early interims, but very close. 3 games came down to 1 point between Sphinx and Tfzu. The first couple felt like blowouts because it was like a 9-5-ish separation in both, and then they chilled out, went to the next few, and it was very, very close. So I'm curious how this next semifinal is ultimately going to be. And, you know, I feel like Shadi, he's made long salt mine runs before. Definitely, I think at this point, he feels like the favorite into this APAC momentum rush, and especially if he's going against his fellow countrymen. That's going to have a lot of flavor to it. And I actually kind of am excited to see what comes on the other side of that matchup.
Oh, okay. We have had a bit of I guess a breaking news situation, as unfortunately Tfzu has had a medical emergency, so he has been disqualified from the tournament. We are now going to be moving on to the grand finals, and it will be Shadi against Sphinx, so that will be coming up very, very soon. Really unfortunate to see for Tfzu. I mean, that stinks, but we have our grand final match like ready to go now, basically, and I mean, wow. Well, that was fast. Okay. So, semi-finals done, grand finals ready to go. I believe we'll be heading to a bit of a break now as we get things ready for the grand finals. Probably a bit longer of a break to give the Sphinx a rest before his grand final. But we'll see you after the break, and stick around, don't go anywhere. APAC drama is happening at all times apparently. See you then.
Yeah. You guys get out of here. We'll see you very shortly. Grand finals for the RLCS APAC 1v1s here in just a moment.
Welcome back. Well, today has been chaotic in many regards, fast for some matches and some more drama coming our way with some situations. But first of all, big win coming out from Sphinx here against Risk, winning 4-1 in that series and making his way to the grand finals. And Boy Royal were joined by Monkey Man and Quanzek. But getting more big news coming into it is, unfortunately, due to a medical emergency, we have had a forfeiture from Tfzu coming into the bracket, meaning that coming up next will be the grand final against Sphinx, with Shadi at the other side of it, getting that free win against Tfzu just because of that forfeiture. So wishing the best for Tfzu in that regard. But with the bracket now though, grand finals coming up, and guys, I mean, it's who we expected to make it here of Shadi and Sphinx, and exciting to see.
Yeah, it's not the exact way that perhaps we had designed it throughout the day, especially with the most recent developments, but it is kind of the collision course that was ultimately looked at for being the biggest kind of power draw going to the grand finals. Sphinx obviously making their third grand finals 1v1 showcase, and also their fourth grand finals appearance in the overall split here for RLCS 2025. So he's the grand finals when it comes to APAC, be it 3v3 or 1v1. And Shadi on the other side of things, I think he has something to prove. And I mean, Quanzek walking into this grand final, there's actually Sphinx now up to snuff and up to speed competition-wise. Shadi hasn't played a game, at least in this bracket today, and the first time he'll be playing is in the grand finals. Does that lift and shift him at all?
It did, in my mind. A little bit of a spoiler alert here, and we will get there. But I think it does. It has to have an impact. I mean, Momentum is such a Rocket League is such a momentum-based game. Technically, Momentum is a momentum-based game, if you think about it. But, like, if Sphinx has been on the pitch and just played a very great series against Sphinx, and Shadi's coming in his first series in the grand finals, it's concerning.
Well, if you think that will have an impact, you can vote for Sphinx with hashtag SPNX in chat. If you think Shadi is going to win, hashtag SHDI. I mean, coming into this one, we've got the context of these guys have played before. Shadi won 3-1 in that GSL group stage. I think even more importantly, Shadi won, well not won, he got top 6 in Saltmine Europe. A very hard tournament to place well in. A tournament where all the best 1 players basically will be playing, and he got 6th place. For all of those reasons, I'm going for Sphinx because he's an APAC player, and I always pick the APAC player. So, unlucky Shadi, I'm still going for Sphinx here.
I think this is going to be a tight contest. I feel like Shadi obviously is coming in with a lot of pedigree, a huge resume, but in APAC, the king is wearing his crown, and his neck is firm enough to be able to hold it. I am also going with Sphinx. I think he's looking for a third 1v1 title.
I'm gonna concur with the both of you there. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, to piggyback off of you, Monkey. And I said a little bit of a spoiler alert earlier, but my initial thought was Shadi. But due to the FF and numerous reasons, after pondering on my prediction a little bit more, I'm gonna go ahead and go with my boy over at Luminosity, Sphinx. He's feeling warm.
Wow.
He looked good. And, look, it's the Monkey said in the green room too, Boyo, of like a full caster curse sweep. But hey, we've been aligned on the majority of predictions. The only times I've been different from you guys, I have been incorrect. Yes, those series have been like best of 7s, but I've still been wrong. So, who knows?
I mean, I'm the only one who's been right so far for every match. Just even my game prediction for last game was right, so I'm trusting myself. You guys have got some bad juju going on here, getting some matches wrong. The chat also agrees, though. 71% for Sphinx. We've got an APAC chat here for sure, because Shadi is, without a doubt, the favourite in this match. I mean, unequivocally the favourite, just based on results and merit alone. But I am happy to see the chat rallying behind Sphinx here, with 71% of the vote for him. Now, kind of going to a more serious note here. Shadi is the more experienced, I mean, historically better player of 1v1. So what advantage do you think Sphinx is going to have? What does he have to do to actually take down a player of this nature?
He's got to win that physical game. We have seen it be part of his overall weapon set. His arsenal is built on getting the player off the field, making them uncomfortable, and that's not just with the creativity that you and I highlighted a moment ago when he was playing against Risk. If he intends to truly take out Shadi, he's got to actually take him out. It's going to be a fist fight. It is going to be physical. And if he can win that game early and make him second guess, he's got a big chance. But I feel like that's going to be a tough task, and he's going to be basically burning as much boost as possible.
Yeah.
He may not even have much of it. We saw the resource battle actually be where he lost a lot of those big matches in the first place.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
coming into this as well, Shadi does have the disadvantage of having the higher boost. He's going to have the disadvantage of maybe not being able to take those 50s as confidently, and also has that disadvantage of not having the warm-up. But we're getting ready to get into the match here. The players are in. They're in the test lobby making sure everything is okay. With that, we will say goodbye to Hail Monkey Man one last time for this tournament. Me and Quanzik will be taking you on this journey for the grand final to see who comes out on top, APAC or Mina in the 1v1 finals for APAC.
It's what we expected the end result to be here, Boyo, between Sphinx, between Shadi, and Sphinx. Not only defending his throne, but officially defending his region. Here's what I'm looking for to give my two thoughts on what Sphinx needs to bring to the table. I think as long as he's not playing into Shadi's hands. Ooh, we saw him play yesterday. Clinical, textbook, quite literally textbook. You could record a VOD and show it to anybody and say, hey, here is how you play 1v1s. Look at Shadi. It's perfect. If Sphinx is thinking outside of the box, trying to get creative with these shot attempts, do something different to get Shadi not aligned out of his rhythm, I think it's going to play into his hands. But if Sphinx is just coming in like it's a standard 1v1, he's already lost.
Well, Sphinx is showing some great prowess with his mechanics, with his aerial play in this last game. Coming into this one, I think he can try and perform the same kind of strategy of going for a lot of fakes in the air. He's got such a plethora of ability that he can pull out in the air that it's hard to predict what he will do next. So coming into this, I think that will be his biggest advantage. We're getting ready for the game now with players in the lobby, but it's a big thing here. Sphinx versus Shadi, our grand final matchup. APAC versus Mina. Malaysia against Saudi Arabia, the current top dog of APAC versus one of the best 1v1 players from the Middle Eastern region, playing here in APAC because he thinks this might be his best shot at coming out on top, and for good reason. He's got that experience behind him, but is it the wrong decision? Is this actually Sphinx's tournament?
Well, only time will tell, Boyo. It's seconds until we take to the pitch, and all of your questions are answered. There is no more waiting. There is no more hypothesizing. But Shadi, he is going to be the one that Sphinx has to beat, not the other way around. I think Sphinx can do it. Don't mix my words here and take them for what I don't mean. Sphinx can do this. We all predicted for him on the desk, but Shadi is going to be the one to set the pace of play, and Sphinx has to figure out a way to break it.
Without further ado, many games, many series, and many goals have led us to this moment here. It's the APAC Birmingham Open 1v1 Grand Finals. And starting off early on is Shadi with the opening goal of our series, our Grand Finals for APAC. Sphinx, they'll try and bounce back early on. We know Shadi can run away with a game so easily. We saw it just yesterday against Perry in the upper bracket. And Shadi's so hard to hold down for a moment. Big save there by Sphinx early on, but he's got to get that ball away.
Here it is, Sphinx's first real look. It's a good challenge by Shadi, and Sphinx, not a ton of boost left in the tank. Can he get back in time? Cuts his angle ever so slightly to manage that, and then sending that one into the corner, posturing himself still on net for a second attempt, but Shadi chips it over the top, and Sphinx on the ropes early here. He has maybe about 15% of the possession so far through 48 seconds, and that might be me being a little bit generous, as here he comes off the kickoff, has to concede once more to Shadi, opting for the back wall defense. Good challenge there, and here Sphinx comes out of the gate. Can he get something going?
Sphinx onto net, to be saved by Shadi on the line. Sphinx goes the wrong way here. I mean, he elects to go for boost, but leaves a net wide open. I feel like he could have got a bit of touch on the ball here instead. Just the wrong choice completely, and a free goal for Shadi, 3-0 already, with only a minute gone by.
Yeah, I'm going to second your notion there. I think if Sphinx just goes to the ball and plays that to his own corner, he still comes away with possession and the ball. That one going to go off the post, and Sphinx, I mean, he just got done playing. A lot of the reason I was so confident in this pick is the momentum base, but I'll be honest here, Boyle, he looks nervous. He's jumping, he's edgy. You can tell on his sticks he's a bit fidgety with how he's coming at these balls. The fifth one will be conceded off this kickoff.
I mean, you've got to think on the other side of that, you know, Sphinx probably was expecting a bit of a break coming off of a series, time to relax, time to kind of get himself back in a good mindset to start the series off, and having to then come straight into the grand final after that one, didn't have much time to react. And of course, if Shadi, you know, did play a series, he'd be in that same situation instead, so can't blame it too much on that. But with 90 seconds gone on by and 6-0 for Shadi, Sphinx has to get his head in gear because he is certainly better than this. But so far, Shadi is really disallowing him to do anything. Finally, a goal comes away with Sphinx. Maybe a momentum shifter here for a moment, but it's taken its time.
It's a start. That's all you can ask for at this point. You've already conceded 6. Sphinx is still playing, still competing, and we know how the script goes in 1v1. Sphinx is a talented enough player to connect on this comeback against Shadi, as he's gonna connect with the shot into the back of Shadi's net, immediately finding 2 unanswered, cutting the lead down to 4, and Sphinx playing confident, winning his first kickoff of the series, ignoring the ball, top for the full boost, and look to isolate Shadi in his own half.
Well, Shadi up, Sphinx gets that back corner, quick reset, Shadi does not make the connection, Sphinx good save, and a goal down the other end should be coming here, yes it will, 6-3 now. The Sphinx claws his way back at a comeback. I mean, he certainly has got his head in gear now, starting 6-0 in favour of Shadi. Finally, Sphinx getting some action coming his way and able to make some plays happen, but with no boost off the kickoff, he plays a little bit cautiously there, finally getting a piece of it. Getting that mid boost and going high. How does Shadi deal with the aerial gameplay of Sphinx? Tries to go for the fake, the musty flick onto net, it's goal number 4 for the young Malaysian.
There's been 0 defense in the series at all for either side. Whoever takes the shot off the initial kickoff just scores. Shadi had the early possession in nearly every single initial kickoff, but has since conceded to Sphinx with now 4 unanswered on the board, trying to make it 5 as Shadi towards his own backboard, gonna bounce off of it in careening fashion. This one jammed forward, a little bit of a slugger towards the net. Sphinx able to get there in time, and now on the back foot. Ever since he found the 4 unanswered, a double jump save with nothing in the tank. Avoids the first one. He uses the sidewall to climb the ladder for that one. Might have bought enough time for the full boost, and he gets back for the trifecta. A quick savior medal defensively, and Sphinx showing why he's here.
Brilliant defensive work, and that might just be an own goal from Shadi, but it barely goes wide. 2 minutes to go now. Sphinx will catch it. Bumped off the ball by Shadi, looking for the bump again, but the touch goes wide. Shadi avoids that demo. Sphinx has to rush back. He's got no boost. Out to the corner, he'll run. Finally finding it. A defensive masterclass coming out from Sphinx, but he still has to find 2 more goals. Up to the ceiling, he'll send it. Look for the reset. Can't get the bump on Shadi either. Recovery's fast from Shadi. Can Sphinx get involved in time? Rushing back, but no. It's a goal for Shadi, 7-4. He had about 20 shots on net, and only finally it goes in.
It's a goal from Shadi that proverbially puts a cork into Sphinx's comeback, but there's still plenty of time. It's just Shadi has now silence the crowd of Sphinx fans in the chat. That's a quick transition. What a save by shadi. The knowledge to find a pinch off his own post, and Sphinx had stopped playing. He was so sure that ball was going in.
I mean, it looked almost certain, but a brilliant save from shadi just keeps it out in time. 8-4 now. Sphinx trailing as he hunts, trying and find anything that he can into center, no avail. shadi should be able to get a clearance away easy enough, stall the clock down. The early part of this game, it was all shadi. Sphinx has certainly picked up the pace since then, but even still, shadi ending on top for now, unless Sphinx makes a massive comeback.
There's enough time on the clock for it to happen. Don't call it one yet. Let's not jinx it and get over our skis, but there is room, and this helps with the kickoff win. Sphinx ignoring the ball for the corner full boost, but shadi, good positioning there on that corner to have that ball ricochet off of his car, deflected now, dealt into the corner. This one just cycling over here, and Sphinx comes out the victor, able to put it in, and he used about 16 seconds of his crucial clock, but there's plenty of time to find two.
A goal found and a kick-off one. Sphinx, with 20 seconds approaching, with realistically have to score now. Starting off too slow in this game is going to make it a difficult task here, but there was a lot of promise coming off of this game. shadi may be looking to win it by the end here, but for the last half of the game, Sphinx has been the winning player. He has been the better player for the last 2.5 minutes, ever since that 6-0 scoreline. Sphinx has been on top. Something to keep in mind again for future. Sphinx could have come into game 2 with that momentum. It could be a real different tale.
I couldn't have said it better myself. This game, we can look at a tale of thirds. The middle third was Sphinx's. Start and end, all shadi. But Sphinx, it looked like he came in nervous. He wasn't really actively playing this game until a minute and a half in, Boyo.
No, I've got to agree. I think he did come in with a lot of nerves. Came in with probably a bit of a lack of momentum just because of how quick the turnaround was from the last game to this one, where he didn't have much time to really process what happened and go through to the next game. But now getting into things and getting into the swing a little bit better, it puts himself in a position where he can really show off his real talent and show off how good that he is coming into game number 2. The question is, how does shadi respond? Because shadi didn't ever have a deficit. He didn't have to do more than he did. He was always winning.
Well, shadi, like a melody in my head, man. Going a little bit crazy. He's been making his stand here on the pitch and showing why he came in as the favorite, why he has his accolades. Trying to collect one more here over in the APAC region, but Sphinx, we saw the vision. The blueprint's there. It was shown. It was displayed. It just needs to be extended for a full 5-minute frame. You can't only get glimpses of that and expect to win against your opposition that is of the caliber of shadi. He will reign supreme time and time again, and if there is going to be a time for Sphinx to connect, having it be in this game 2, forcing the issue in game 3, that's the 1-2 punch I'm looking for Sphinx to capitalize on.
shadi early on going on the approach, an early goal will come his way. Just like game 1, he gets the goal in first almost 10 seconds, 13 this time around. Sphinx had nothing to do but watch that one sink into the back of his net off the kick-off. Now it will go favourably for Sphinx. Can he find a goal off the back ball? shadi, his game flying in at full speed to disrupt that play, and it worked out very well for him.
Here's shadi coming across midfield, gonna take such a wide arcing angle to make sure he grabs a full boost. He wanted to set up an elaborate double tap, but Sphinx reads it well. Gonna ignore the corner boost. The wise decision is he already had shadi beat, only needed the tap and already did all the work defensively, and shadi maybe a bit too overzealous there with that look. He felt so confident taking the widest possible angle, and
Yeah.
Sphinx made sure he was going to remember that one.
Sphinx up on the backboard. He has no boost, but we've seen him really shine in these moments. Bumped out of the way, trying to recover and get in a good position. One small pad is all he lives on, and one small pad is all he needs to get that clearance out for just a moment. Another chance for Shadi, saved again by Sphinx. Low boost for Shadi, and that's where these two players differ. Shadi goes back when he has no boost. Sphinx just keeps on going. A goal for Sphinx comes out, and a 2-1 lead is found.
The mind games here from Sphinx sees Shadi going for the in-and-out save. That means he's covering bar down. And then instead of shooting there, exactly where Shadi's covering, he ignores that and just chips it in underneath him. Sphinx now getting the pressure early, stealing both corner boosts. Good 50 there onto Shadi. If he can recover well, it's going to be a goal. And he's done just that.
Noticing that Shadi's really struggling in these low boost situations, something that Sphinx is usually quite good on. And I'm seeing Sphinx maybe adjust his gameplay a little bit more to force Shadi into these more uncomfortable situations for himself, where Sphinx, you know, can play well without boost and with boost, and Shadi really struggling when he gets in that kind of starved situation, backs off and plays a lot more conservative at that moment. Something that Sphinx is seemingly taking advantage of and trying to push Shadi to his limits in that regard. In the midfield now though, Shadi flailing around trying to bait in Sphinx. He might have done exactly that with Sphinx battling past. An incredible save though, flying from the heavens. Another one on the line. Sphinx is a brick wall in these 1v1s at times.
He does so much with so little. You highlighted the zero boost as he might have been caught out here trying to find some more pads. Shadi, high chipping flick, but Sphinx once again, the zero boost hero. As he's coming off the ceiling now, diving in like a Predator Falcon finally. He will concede. You know what's funny about that, Boyo, is that goal goes in once he's found boost.
Yeah, it's a common thing for Sphinx is he'll be in defense making these incredible saves. He'll finally break free, get 100 boost, and then instantly get scored on. I'm convinced he's just better with no boost at this point, or playing on small pads only. Maybe it's a strategy for him. He barely misses out in the bump on Shadi here, and that will be a goal down the other end. A game leading for Sphinx off of one small, not even mistake, just one small miss of a bump there has cost him the 2-goal lead, and now even half of the game to go. And an absolute deadlock between the two players. That might quickly change though. For Shadi playing it safe, going back to his corner, back where he likes to be, with boost and with ball control.
Somebody get Sphinx a pair of horse blinders. Have him ignore the full boosts along the sides of the arena. Because every time he picks them up, I mean, he accomplishes so much on zero boost. Won't happen this time around because Shadi gets physical, bumps him off the ball, and is able to collect a 4th goal, which means it's his first lead in this game number 2. But Sphinx has shown he can score from anywhere. Here he comes again. Oh my gosh, that flick is to the moon. I don't think even Sphinx thought he'd be getting that much power, and has to retreat to make sure this one doesn't turn into an opportunity on the opposite end.
An insane flick, but he has to do some insane defensive work. Goes the wrong way. Shadi caught him awkward there. Unfortunate for Sphinx after making a good offensive play, just sent back to his own half and struggling there to find that save. Still though, the game is close, only 2 goals between it, just like it was in game number 1. Both of them get demoed there.
Nobody's on the
honestly
field.
benefits Shadi here, kills time and gives him ball possession.
Yeah, does favor Shadi. Benefactor, as Father Time is not on Sphinx's side. Here comes Shadi from his own back wall. He connected on a couple plays on like this yesterday against Perry. Good challenge though by Sphinx, but not enough power on that shot. He was relatively flat-footed, and Shadi able to retreat back on the back check as Sphinx uses the ground to his advantage to ricochet that one into the corner. Now curled to himself as it's one-touch possession, and Sphinx, I felt like he had the entire right side of the net open, but he drives it at Shadi, almost playing a game of chicken, and it was one that Shadi won.
I think he's trying to break through that rock-solid defense that Shadi presented to him there, because he's scared of Shadi being able to quickly cover the right and left side of the net from his position. It was an idea which, in theory, could have worked out really well for him, but in execution, it's just Shadi's car rock solid in net, they're not letting anything pass. A free jump from Shadi ends up meaning absolutely nothing here as he quickly drops back down, and Sphinx with the flip reset can't get a touch on it. Both on 0 boost, but Sphinx can make it in time, barely for that save. But the issue is, there's only 10 seconds left, Ponzek. He'd have to score now and then get a kickoff goal, and it's not happening. A big save from Shadi basically just wins the game.
Yeah, Sphinx. He started out this game the way that they want, that way that we wanted here in the booth. And here is my vision of what I'm seeing, and you can tell me if my assessment is correct. Last game, he really only played in the middle of it. We saw him get 4 goals unanswered before Shadi finally regained control. Here, he burst out of the gates. It was a rocket headed out of the atmosphere, but then he let off the gas. He enabled Shadi to get back into the game. You piece those two together and then close out the final seconds of regulation time. And Sphinx is going to play a clinical front-to-back game, but he has not shown up for an entire period yet.
Yeah, it's the consistency in this game, and part of that will come down to just how good Shadi is playing a more disruptive style. It doesn't allow the comeback to happen or allow that consistency for the whole game. But also for Sphinx here, he's really got to figure something out basically now, because match point is on the horizon for Shadi. If he wins this next game, Sphinx has to start the comeback in the series, or else this could spell disaster.
Yeah, it's a must-win game. If you give Shadi 4 consecutive match-win points, it's doomed. I mean, it would be quite the comeback if that were to happen. You just can't expect, one, yourself to play at least 20 minutes of Perfect Rocket League, and 2, Shadi to let you play 20 minutes of Perfect Rocket League. So, getting a game victory here in game number 3 opens up a lot of options that are otherwise unavailable should Shadi win and put himself on match point.
Well, with game 3 coming underway, Sphinx has been close 2 games in a row, but close is not how you win. He has to find that finishing touch, he has to find that leading position, only having it for a brief moment here in game number 2. Game number 3 coming underway. Fennec is out. Sphinx is here to see what he can do. He's in the pink car. He may be on blue team, but he's rocking pink. Going by the early musty on net. Shadi will make the save. Bumped out of net. Sphinx has time, and Sphinx has a goal.
Man. Sphinx. Here we go. He's executing on what he succeeded on in game number 2. Keep this up, and then don't let up. I want Sphinx, you need to get back into this game. Keep your foot, pedal to the metal, foot down on the ground, glued to the floor of your Fennec. That's going to be a good start here. 2 goals unanswered immediately, and punishing gets a little chip, a bump onto Shadi on his rotation out, and that gives him the space to find that long sniper goal.
It's like finding the car change buff, perhaps. Over this lovely pink Fennec, and certainly starting off well for him. Going high with this one, looking for the reset. Musty perhaps? No, he didn't get the reset on it there. Shadi with the save off the bar. Sphinx will just let this ball pass. This is a very similar start to what Shadi actually had in both games 1 and game 2. This time on the side of Sphinx. Let's see if he can hold on to this one and keep this kind of comfortability on his side, because Shadi often kind of got the early goals and then coasted for the rest of the game. Sphinx can do the same thing.
There it is, as he beats Shadi just barely. Shadi gets a piece of it, but not enough to send it wayward of the post. And now Sphinx, an eerie position he finds himself in. Yes, it's a 3-0 lead, but this is identical to where we were at in game number 2. Keep going, find a 4th. Obviously, 3 is not enough against this opposition. Shadi, a phenomenal player who has put himself 2 games up, and more than anything, Boyle, I just want a series in Sphinx. The physicality paying off.
Well, you want a series, Sphinx might just be delivering 4-0. Only 90 seconds in. Game 1 and 2 were big wins for Shadi, but Sphinx did not let that deter him at all. Off the corner now. got the boost to play, but if he sends that ball high, it drops down in front of net. Shadi should be able to find the save with good car control. Sphinx dives in for the bump, but cannot find it. It should be a goal for Shadi here. Yes, it will. 4-1 now, as Shadi finds one back.
And here it is. He is inevitable. You cannot expect a shutout game from Shadi. What Sphinx can hope for is to limit him. 1 goal, okay. Don't let in 2, don't let in 3, at least not before you've put in a couple more into your net. Shadi obviously wants to get back on track and knows Sphinx has a lot of fight in him, but he kind of rode on top of Sphinx awkwardly, has played that off his post, finding another save, but that was a very weird sequence where both players came out on a concurrent bump at 0 boost.
Well, full boost for Shadi, almost nothing for Sphinx. A clean 0 on the boost counter, but saves are not stopping. Finally gets the 100 from the corner, and up he goes for an attack. Reset, incredibly done, I say, Sphinx! Wow. Where on earth have you pulled that one from, my boy? 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and I mean, Shadi doesn't know what to do there.
It's a flip reset where he gets 3 touches on it as he goes underneath the ball, and if Shadi wanted to jump to find that save, Sphinx on the tail end of his flip was underneath the ball, so Shadi had to bump through Sphinx to find the save. That's ball protection at its finest here, and Sphinx firing on all cylinders, looking for a 6, won't connect on that. Actually, he did. He used it for a wave dash. The ball got a little bit too far away from him, but he sends himself with way too much velocity into Shadi's corner and just turns into a long goal for the Saudi Arabia.
Shadi's got 2 goals back. Both of them very simply mistakes being made from Sphinx where he pushed up too far, being a bit too aggressive. Sphinx, on the other hand, is running this game right now. I mean, maybe I'm biased because I'm wanting Sphinx to win this one, but he is running this game around, and it's Shadi just playing so well off the mistakes that Sphinx is making. Sphinx kind of cleans up his general aggression and maybe reins it in at the appropriate times. This will be a really comfortable series for him as time goes on, because right now he's looking so hard for Shadi to deal with up front.
For Sphinx, 1 miraculous save will not lead to a second. Plays that off his own crossbar, and Shadi, he has inched his way back here. A delayed kickoff to secure possession. Sphinx gonna bump him out of the way, and this may work against Shadi. The shot doesn't have the necessary pace, doesn't have the boom behind it. Here comes Sphinx. Has to avoid the bump. He's done well there. Actually ends up with that boost. Shadi missed it, flipped around it as he ignores the ball, going for a bump. Does he have the boost to catch this? I don't believe so. Oh, he does! I didn't think he'd get there, but it's off his own post, and all this will be for naught. Shadi still gonna find the 5th goal of his own to make it 5 apiece.
Sphinx has to go for the dunk there, has to predict where Shadi will go, makes the wrong choice. After a great save at rushing back, Shadi then wins this kickoff, and this could be a leading position now after a lead for Sphinx all game long. This series, the game turned on its head. Shadi now up, a minute to go, 6-5 in his favour, and Sphinx, after an incredible start, has to start doing it again, has to start pulling out these incredible goals once more. Shadi had made this so much more difficult. He fakes the first shot, Shadi doesn't budge, but it does not matter, Sphinx is there to score!
The clutch gene coming through for Sphinx, and we're entering golden goal territory. Yes, it's ones, and there's plenty of time for multiple to be scored, but the next one that goes in the net could be the straw that broke the camel's back. Shadi has missed it. It's an unforced mechanical error at best. He just whiffs on the pre-flip, and Sphinx turns on a dime. Despite Shadi getting a piece of it, still goes in, and Sphinx has regained the lead.
With the mid boost, then has control, and Shadi a heavy touch. Sphinx can put some pressure on. He's playing carefully, knows he's been punished for this position before. Shadi off the back wall. Sphinx is already in there, it's wide open, but he can't make it in time. Shadi, back it goes, 20 seconds now. The clock keeps on ticking. If Sphinx can win this game, he'll avoid the match point for Shadi, but he's up, and Sphinx goes high. He can't recover it, and time is all tied up once again. 9 seconds left, and Shadi unrelenting on his attack.
Sphinx had to avoid the bump while getting the ball. He got the smallest bit of it, but not enough meaningful contact to turn it aside. Sphinx parks in front of the ball, does end up getting the demo. That might be a fortunate one, as Shadi was perpendicular there. Sphinx air dribble bump won't connect, and we have overtime in game 3 in the grand finals for the open 1v1 and APAC kickoff goal. Sphinx doesn't take the initial shot, and it'll go in on a double tap 6 seconds into OT.
Oh, brilliantly done off the kickoff, only 6 seconds. A 1v1 overtime will never last long, and with Sphinx winning the game number 3, we have a series on our hands. The big win there for Sphinx. What more can he do? Can he keep it up?
You and I had already decided before that game even started, it was a must-win situation for Sphinx. And through thick and thin, he has done it. It took OT, but it's a game win that puts him in position to fight back in this series. A 2-1 is such a drastic difference, not just game-wise, but mental-wise, than a 3-0.
Oh, 100%. Also, I want to touch on the fact that this game had, I believe, between the players, 17 saves, if I counted that right. Never see a game with that many saves in it, and also high scoring. It was 15 goals off of the back of 17 saves and like 30 odd shots almost, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember the exact numbers now because the scoreboard's gone, but it was insane how many defensive bits of work was getting put in by these players, and still Sphinx came out on top just in overtime. If he can start this game again like he did before, we are in for an absolute treat.
I think that game felt so accelerated. The neutral zone wasn't used at all. That middle third, both players were just letting the other one run through it, and they were finding the save on their goal line. But we're already into game 4. A win here for Shadi puts himself on 3 match points. A wins for Sphinx, and we're all tied up at 2 apiece. This demo means Sphinx can leisurely turn his car around and get a flick in before Shadi can even respond.
Last time these two players faced off, it was in the GSL Group Stage Upper Bracket Final. Shadi won it 3-1 in series. Sphinx only able to get 1 game. He's found that 1 game now, and now he looks to go further, better than ever before. He may have found the first goal, but Shadi is no pushover. It's a big dribble downfield and a goal the other end. That lead lasts a matter of seconds.
It's a beautiful goal from Shadi. You see at the tail end, right when he recognizes Sphinx is challenging, he flips his car at a negative angle and boosts to get his car completely perpendicular to the ground. As much of the carriage of his car making contact to win that 50-50, maybe going for the same play here. No, holding the flip reset, but Sphinx has read it well, and he's earned himself a goal into Shadi's net. All it took is 1 save, and that's why you have to be careful going for the aerial plays, because if you miss, your recovery is just that far extended down the line.
To go back for Sphinx in a lead once again. A minute gone in a leading position for the APAC player. Shadi down the other end. Sphinx says up, will avoid the bump. Off the sidewall, he'll go the distance. He's got the boost to play with, so too does Shadi. A big bump, a big save, but it's not enough to keep the ball out. Sphinx makes it free.
Man. Sphinx, I mean, he's twirling midair with that ball like a ballerina. And the second that Shadi finally rounds the corner, Sphinx turns his nose down and turns into a cruise missile just like he does off the kickoff, securing a kickoff goal and now leading by 3.
Oh my, Sphinx since game 2 has been a different player. Game 3 was exceptional, and game 4 is starting the exact same way. This should be a goal from Shadi off the kickoff just by virtue of winning that 50-50. The good answer here, and something that Sphinx has to be cautious of against Shadi, as I said before, is not going to let this series slip away so easily. He is putting his all into this one, but so too is Sphinx. We're seeing it displayed on the field in front of us. He is here to win. He wants to do it, not just for him, but for the APAC region as a whole. The APAC region watches Sphinx thinking he is the hope, but Shadi, here to ruin their fun, here to take this away from them, keeping himself in this game.
There's something worth a lot more than money, boyo, and that's pride. That's something Sphinx is playing for, not just for himself, but as you mentioned, the entire region. Another air dribble bump attempt when Shadi doesn't go. Sphinx instead opts for the flip reset, won't be able to connect, and it's a race down to the other end that Shadi concedes before it even starts. Here's Sphinx. Lofted ball, realized it was too far ahead of him, so he'll bail back and conserve the boost totals, and here comes Shadi doing the same exact thing. The respect from both members coming out in droves as Sphinx has won this full boost, and now Shadi in a very dangerous spot. He gets a piece of that challenge, but Sphinx reads it perfectly. Waterfalls down and gets the redirect off of the ricochet from the turf.
Another great goal coming off the ceiling. Both of these players, as you say, have so much respect for each other. We can see it in the gameplay. But Sphinx, in this leading position, he can tie out the series if he just holds on here. Half of the game still to go though. He goes for the reset once again in front of the ball. He will go off the cross, punch into net, and it's goal number 6 for Sphinx.
I have no idea if that was calculated or not, but I'm gonna say it was. It's off the bar, and he holds his musty, does a full revolution to make contact and make sure it finds the back of the net. They do all count the same. So hold your horses. Shadi is so good at those half-second delayed kickoffs. He finds another one there, and now is only down by 2, but Sphinx, if there's anything that he's shown out for this game, it is the flair attached to these shots as he's found a miraculous save on the defensive end.
See, Sphinx goes up early to try and bait out the air dribble bump from Shadi. He then has to commit to that bump. Sphinx goes back down to the ground, gets in a better position, and narrowly makes that save. Now down the other end of Shadi, shot onto net. Saved by Sphinx once again. He's got the boost to try and play this one out, but with Shadi lurking around, he doesn't want to overcommit here. 50-50s from Shadi have been really, really solid. Sphinx picks up that boost, but tries for a demo, can't find it. He catches himself out of position, rising high, wins the 50. The ball bounces great out the corner, but Sphinx cannot make the connection. 100 seconds to go now. The game persists, barely in Sphinx's favour. He wants to extend this lead. A 2-goal lead isn't safe even in 3v3, let alone 1v1.
The pace of play of this game has picked up so drastically. There is no room for error. Both of these two are permanently supersonic across the pitch, and Shadi able to fling that ball faster than Sphinx's car can drive to cut the lead down to 1. And we have been in this position in nearly every single game. It's flipped Shadi's way in game number 2. Game number 3 went the way of Sphinx. Who will be the one to capitalize in this game 4? It's an awkward challenge by Sphinx, and Shadi going for a tough angle in the corner and tried to pass it to himself across the crease, but that's one that Sphinx read. And finally, after a minute, both these players will slow down and take a breath.
At the 1 minute mark, Sphinx holds this game barely in his favour. He's had an incredible game so far, but he's got to close it out. He's got no boost. This is a goal for Shadi. I hate to say, Contact, this feels eerily similar to game number 3. Tied up 6 apiece, 40 seconds left to go. This kickoff is so important. It goes in favour of Shadi, but Sphinx should be able to take control here. Baited out by Shadi. Sphinx trying to take control of the ball, but with no boost, he has to back off. Finally, with 100, Shadi goes wide. Can he get a shot off in time? Hopefully not for Sphinx's favour. Sphinx will find the touch off the side of the net, clearance away. We could have another overtime on our hands if Sphinx persists like this, but a push up field. Sphinx, nothing in the tank. You've got to play cautiously here. A big flip from Shadi, and he is running circles around Sphinx on the pitch. One last effort, one last try to avoid the overtime. It's a big save from Shadi, but Sphinx keeps this ball going. He will send it. Flip reset into midfield. Past one, but not to the backboard. Nothing to follow. Ground we will go in overtime once again. Game number 4. We're back to OT.
Game number 3 was decided in just a few seconds. And man, the same exact play. A kickoff goal for Sphinx. And just like that, it's 2 apiece. 6 seconds on the clock once more to be the difference maker in OT for Sphinx. This man is a 7-6 with 6 seconds in extra added time on the clock merchant. Yes, it is that specific, but it's happened twice in a row. Sphinx equalizes the series at 2.
2 times in a row in the exact same fashion. Sphinx wins the overtime after 7 seconds from a kickoff goal again. And we have a series, Quanzek, that is all tied up 2 apiece.
Oh man, we're going to 6 for the first time today. It's been a very short day. 2 sweeps and a game 5, and now we're getting a treat, and one that we have waited ever so patiently for, but Sphinx and shadi have already delivered through 4. I'm out of breath. Your hands are on your head because of the state that we are in, and we're coming in at a game 5 where it feels like it is such an important game for the end result.
Yeah, this game might be the most important of the series here. If Sphinx can win 3 in a trot here, Shadi is going to be mentally boomed. He'll have match point in his favour. If Shadi can win this, I mean, it's going to be hard for Sphinx to bring it back, but he certainly can. This game, so important for both of these players, and the start of it can be so defining for how this series will go. The kickoff goes favourably for Sphinx, and he get a goal early on. He was able to in game 3 and in game 4, but not this time in game 5. It'll be a quiet start for both sides.
That's such an absurd amount of respect by Sphinx to lose that and immediately retreat all the way to his net. He's gone the first save, needs to make a good second. He loses the 50, but he loses it to a spot where he can get to first. Shadi still bearing down as Sphinx finds another good 50. Can he get back in time? Had to commit to a flip, and Shadi, it took not once, not twice, not 3 times, but on the 4th one, able to get an opener 30 seconds in.
Goal found from Shadi. But Sphinx looking to return the favour down the other end. Trying to get it past, trying to squeeze through the gap. Looks for the bump, looks for the demo, but won't actually find it. Now Shadi in control. I don't think Sphinx can make it back in time. That should just be a goal here. 2-0 for Shadi. He's getting back in gear here. He's getting the start that he was hoping for and that he found in game 1 and 2. And this is where Sphinx has to play in the back foot. This is where we haven't seen him in a while. Playing to come back, playing to fight for survival.
I was just about to say the same thing. We have seen Sphinx been in the driving seat all day today, and when he has played from behind, it hasn't worked out in that first game, but at this deficit, it hasn't happened any other time this series, and it's just going to be insult to injury, some salt in the wound here as this cut gets wider, not something a band-aid can cover up now as Shadi connects on a 3rd, and Sphinx has to figure out something quick before this gets from bad to worse.
Yeah, remember game 1 started off 6-0 to Shadi, and it seems like after game 4 he's looking to do the exact same again. 4-0. Only 90 seconds in, not even there yet. And Sphinx not to find a goal just yet, but we know he can do it. He knows fine well that he can do it as well. And he looks for the bump on Shadi. He finds it, and he's given up another goal. That's number 5 now.
There was a circumstance in game number 1 where Sphinx had gotten 4 goals unanswered and looked like he could mount a comeback. So do not immediately exclude him from this game number 5, but Shadi has seemingly found a different gear, tapped into a new level once he saw what Sphinx can do and he equaled up the series. Sphinx on the board around the same time he was in game 1, but he's cut the lead shorter from 6 down to 5. Can he continue this momentum and find more unanswered like he did previously?
I mean, keep in mind, in the latter half of that game 1, Sphinx looked like the better player. He looked like he would have won if he played like that from the start. Now here in game number 5, he kind of has to emulate that, but even more so. He has to play better than Shadi for basically the rest of this game and try and disallow these kind of extensions coming out from him. It's 6-1 now. There's still over half the time to go. So it is still something that Sphinx can come back from, but it's a huge mountain to climb.
Okay. Sphinx, you are in a hole. One that has been partially built yourself. You have the tools to get a ladder out. You just gotta stop digging. That's a good start. A demo gives so much open space to Sphinx, and possession grabs the full boost, gets a bump that sends Shadi careening. That's actually worse than what a demo would be, and it puts Shadi so far out of the play he can't rotate back. Sphinx cutting the lead ever so slightly, and it seems like he's opting for more of a physical route, Boyo, which I think should play in his favor.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we were talking about it in the last game, kind of jokingly, but still, he said it. Risk was asking for Sphinx on some tips on how to hit so many demos and bumps because he was doing it so often. And I think it's something that he does really excel in. He is really good at finding those bumps and finding those demos. It's a big win there from Sphinx, but he can't make it back in time. He instead goes for the bump and knocks Shadi out of position. Even if not getting the goal out of it, he kind of slows down the pace of play and allows himself to get back in position here. With 2 minutes to go and a shot towards net, he's got to start scoring soon if he wants to make a comeback, because Shadi's does still have a 4-goal lead. That's the issue that Sphinx faces, and that might just get extended. Never mind, down the other end, it only shrinks to 3.
Sphinx is so good defensively. It's incredible. He reads where this ball is going before the opposition even has fully clarified where they're shooting. He's pre-jumping that musty from Shadi exactly where it ended up, and that has earned him his 3rd goal. Can he get another? Already in the air, shot on! It's off the crossbar, goes off 2 posts, and Shadi, how has he kept that out of his net? Sphinx left scratching his head because everybody, including us in the booth, thought that was 100% in the back of the net.
Sphinx gonna be feeling disheartened that that wasn't a goal. It felt almost certain that it was. The comeback now only has a minute to go, and he needs 3 goals in that little time with Shadi's defense looking stellar. That's gonna be hard to produce. If this game is won by Shadi, he'll be at match point. He'll be 1 game away from being the APAC Open champion for 1 versus 1s. Shadi, off the side wall, just stalling for time. Playing keep away basically from Sphinx, not allowing him much time on the ball in his half. That's all he has to do here, 30 seconds now. Sphinx barreling upfield, hunting for a bump or demo, neither will be connected upon. That might be goal number 7, that might just secure the game. And that will be it, almost definitely.
Yeah, holding the flip from Shadi, using it at the last second to bury that ball into the back of Sphinx's net. Sphinx just too deep in the mud to start off this game number 5. When you start from a 5-0 deficit before you can even get on the board, it's not a pleasant spot to be in. Shadi adding insult to injury as Sphinx was practicing his side-to-side wave dashes all the way back from Shadi's half. This one, just a formality that we're waiting for the seconds to tick down, and Shadi says, hey, if I get the opportunity, I'm just going to keep stacking them up. Why not? Now the question is, Boyo, it's a series point, 2 series points over to Shadi since he's won this game number 5. He gets 6 and 7 to close out the series. Sphinx has found 2 games in a row here, but what adjustments after that game does he need to make besides the obvious, right? He was down 5-0 before he even started playing the game.
it was so quick that he got that kind of shots against him, and if he has a slow start again, then the series might just be over. The start, although these games are so high scoring and so easy to come back in, the start is so defining of how this game concludes, because the momentum that these players can hold and the control that they have throughout the game because of that lead is so hard to deal with, something that Sphinx really struggled to tackle. Now going into Game 6, the series either ends here or we get that Game 7 on Champions Field, and Sphinx, he's got a lot of fighting to do to make it there.
Oh, 100% wants to hold on to his throne. It's technically an unofficial one, as this is the first sanctioned 1v1 event in 2025, but he does hold the title of the previous two 1v1 tournaments in the APAC region, and showing it against one of Mina's best in the specific category of Rocket League play. Shadi has looked good over the course of this series. Sphinx has as well, and we are, for the first time today, boyo, headed to Neo Tokyo for a Game 6. Sphinx, a must-win game to force a Game 7. Shadi doesn't want to get there. He's seen what Sphinx can do. You've seen the respect. Why give the young blood a chance at a Game 7? But only time will tell. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to play. Sphinx trying to keep his tournament hopes alive.
Just gonna bump on Shadi early on, won't make the connection. Now left awkward at defense. He'll get the bump and look for that corner boost. You'll find that as well. Shadi may have possession here, but he's not in a position that he really is fond of. Sitting up front at near post with no boost, he finally gets someone heads on back, but not until Sphinx gets on the attack of his own. Looks for the bump, but gets a touch on the ball instead. Sends it high so Shadi can't get the clearance away. He's got time on this, Shadi. Sphinx gonna play cautious, play back, does not want to let a lead slip against him early on. Good control on this ball here. Got Shadi right where he wants him. A bump to Editory and a goal. It takes a minute, but it's 1-0.
There's so much pace behind that ball, it's almost like it's lugged behind him in a little knapsack as he's dragging it towards the ball, almost like a plunger and rumble. It was moving with that much momentum, and Sphinx, has he found a second off the kickoff? That one hits the back, and the bright blue goal explosion for Sphinx coming true. This is the start that he's had in the games where he's won. It's early, it's vibrant, it's vicious, but this is a concession that hasn't happened before. Shadi cuts the lead in half, only a minute and 10 seconds into this game.
It took a minute for goal number 1 to be scored. It's taken a minute 10 for 3 goals to be scored. Very quick action in the 1v1 game here after kickoff. Goals coming through and through for both sides. Sphinx not getting demoed off that one, but it's disrupted in the play. Can he make it back in time for the save? It seems not. Another 10 seconds later, it's another goal for Shadi, and that lead that Sphinx found early on is now non-existent. An even game once again. Both of these players can never be too far apart.
No, they're quite literally on the seesaw. One side goes up, the other one's going to follow. Sphinx able to grab that full boost, which gets him a bunch of time where he can do what he wants with this ball. Ends up playing a reactionary touch to Shadi's possession into the corner. We'll end up back at the corner where this play started. Here comes Shadi, only a penny in the tank. Sphinx uses his own crossbar to find a pinch over the head of Shadi, who now has to use his own orange half to buy time and space. This one sitting on a spoiler, an air dribble that Sphinx meets at the point of contact before Shadi can get out in front for the bump, and that demo is just going to allow Sphinx to roll it in for a third.
Brilliant demo there from Sphinx. Finds it in his own half and just rushes that ball upfield. Finds the back of the net. No one there to defend it. 3 minutes to go. And a lead back in favour of Sphinx. He has to win this game if he wants to go the distance, if he wants to stay in this tournament, if he wants a chance at being the APAC Open 1v1 champion. This game is a must win, and this is the best way to do it.
The physicality cashing in for Sphinx, not just once, but twice. He's sounding off a continuous rhythm of cacophonies against Shadi. cannot find that one from the corner. Tough angle, and I think he didn't want to fully commit, because if it's a save by shadi, he ends up in the back of his net. Good clearance here by Sphinx, but shadi already knew what Sphinx was doing. He has given up possession, though, as that one corones off his car. shadi on the sidewall. Sphinx backflip challenge, has the boost to wrap around here. One pass to himself. He gets bumped off, though, but then bumps shadi in return, and it's just another toss in the last 3 goals, boyo. All by virtue of physicality.
The physicality from Sphinx is top quality, and we're seeing it really disrupt shadi here in game number 6. Sphinx is desperate to go to game 7, and we're seeing it in his aggression coming out. Off the back wall, he'll go for the defense here. From a pinch away, not going to work out. He'll keep the ball close to his chest, or high off the side wall. Reacting well to how the circumstances present themselves. A good goal off the flip reset, and Sphinx is putting shadi in the ground right now. 6-2. The mechanics, the aggression is all working out in favour for Sphinx.
It's a symphony coming from the blue side. Sphinx, pass to himself on his own back wall, uses the ramp to get a lot of forward momentum behind this ball with the blue trail. shadi off his backboard. Sphinx reads it well, but doesn't have enough boost for the double, so he's going to back off, and both players playing with 0 boost in the tank. shadi gets the mid, and that means he will finally stop the onslaught, the landslide of goals that have come through for Sphinx. He's on his way back. He's done it before. Don't count him out. What can Sphinx do to hold on? That's not it. shadi's going to cash it again off the kickoff.
Kickoff goal to cut this lead to 2. 4 goals only a moment ago. Now only 2 needed for shadi to bring this one back. But the pressure persists. Sphinx looks for the bump on shadi, won't find it. Off to the side, it's Sphinx. Good dribble. Look for a bump. No connection. He doesn't need to. He goes high. shadi's playing cautious now. Sphinx is conditioning him to be wary of the bumps, to be wary of the demos, and he has to play a careful game. Sphinx is taking advantage. He's up by 3. There's a minute to go, and a kickoff once again goes the way of shadi.
shadi has the delayed kickoffs down to a science. He knows every single which possible manner to get these goals, and another one is going to fall through. And hey, did you guys blink? Because there's an update I have for you. shadi is now only down by 1. He was just down by 3 mere seconds ago, and he may equalize here. Does a couple of donuts in center field, flicks it over the top of Sphinx, but Sphinx does get back to his net with full take a boost, so he will collect that save in his call.
Keep it resolved here, Sphinx. Looking for a bump. shadi, fantastic work at avoiding that, but Sphinx, the reaction. I mean, perfectly played here. I want to watch this replay because Sphinx goes for the bump. shadi avoids it, but already in net. Going out for the shot is Sphinx, rushing for that backflip shot. 8-6 now with 40 seconds to go, and it might be goal number 9 coming off the kickoff, but shadi, he says something against it. He says no, and Sphinx has to rush the other end. He's got barely anything in the tank.
He got a piece of
bump,
it.
he'll get the save, but the ball lingers. The ball dangerously positioned. 2 goal difference, 20 seconds was net. He has to hold on, and he is stalling for time.
Such a good heads-up play. shadi had 0 boost, and the only full tanks were in his own corner, so Sphinx just draws that ball back into his own half and starts doing a couple of circles. Sphinx, 1 touch, 2 touch. It's actually a pass over to shadi, and he scored what? 4 kickoff goals this game, Boyle? There's 1 second on the clock. It's possible. Here we go. It's a fair 50 out of the midfield, but shadi. What? Oh, it has hit the ground. Okay. I was concerned there that somehow it has stayed up, but shadi not able to get there. It's Sphinx forces a game 7. We will see Champions Field.
Game 6 victory for Sphinx, 8-7 in his favour, ties up the series once again. Brilliant work for the young man here, and oh Cosmic, I'm excited for game 7.
I'm thrilled. I cannot wait. The 6 games we've seen, absolutely stellar. The fact that we get to go to Champions Field with everything on the line, not just for these 2 individual players, but the storyline of region versus region as well. There's everything and more you want with this series.
Well, the time comes in just a moment now. Game 7 on the horizon. Sphinx versus Shadi has gone the distance. Only one can be the APAC champion. As we get ready for game number 7 here, I mean, both of these players have a lot to do. I have been casting in APAC for years now, and when the import rule came around, it was disgruntled, noisy on the APAC scene. Second best often to players coming to the region and kind of using their previous experience to take advantage to win out. Now APAC has a player who can challenge with the best. They don't care that the imports are here. They don't care that they are facing against a top 6 Salt9 player. Sphinx is here to show that he can compete. He can challenge. And Shadi is here to play spoiler, to put APAC in the dust one more time. It's a battle of David and Goliath, and we're here in game 7 with 10 seconds off the clock. It's 1-0 for Shadi, but we've got so much more to go.
Weird sequence there off the kickoff. Sphinx delays, wins it, but then spins out on his wave dash. It has been not an ideal start. Sphinx has conceded one to Shadi, and all 3 Sphinx game wins have included him scoring first, an air dribble bump attempt that Shadi avoids, but doesn't stay keen on that one. Sphinx flip over the top of Shadi, who plays this over to the far wall. Sphinx can't really do a whole lot with this. He's not fond of his position, I'm sure. Only 2 pennies, 2 small pads in the tank, and not much to do in that corner. Good backflip save. Can he get to that full boost? No, and that means Shadi will cash in a second.
That full boost steal is so pivotal for Shadi's success here, Just beating Sphinx to it, just getting the goal in time. It's a 2-0 start. Sphinx has struggled to make these comebacks in the early game, has struggled to deal with the early pressure. This is his last chance to do so. If he wants to be the best, he has got to have that resolve. He has got to have that comeback potential. He has got to take control of the game. Round the back wall into centre it will go. He misses out in the bump and the boost stolen by Shadi. Into the midfield, Sphinx is quick to turn. Bumped out the way once again. Shadi hunting for that corner boost, but demoed. Shot by Sphinx, that should be a goal. Shadi can't make it on the respawn, and he brings it back within 1.
That one ladled into the back of Shadi's net. It's relatively easy to do so once that demo is found, as long as you have the pace to beat the respawn. But Shadi, kickoff strats coming up here with the delayed look, and that avoiding that bump has cost Sphinx the full boost. He does cash in the demo, and the shot from Shadi. Roams off the post. Karam, sorry, excuse me. Sphinx, flip reset. I thought he was going for did he not get the flip? I didn't even see a wave dash on the tail end of that play. Was a good look, but Sphinx couldn't execute mechanically, as now has to retreat and address this attempt by Shadi. The jump is a little bit too slow, and he gets beat out by Shadi's flip reset.
Good goal there by Shadi to extend his lead to 2 once more. It's a close game with Sphinx on the back foot, and even closer now with a kick-off goal on his side. Game 7, Champions Field, and these players are giving us an absolute show. 3 minutes to go, Koznek. 1 goal separates them so far. And if Sphinx looked for another goal, we could find an equaliser. But Shadi, he's been so good at denying so many times. And this will maybe be another, but Sphinx from the heaven will make a save, and the recovery with the corner boost down the other end. Can he get a goal out of this as well? Shadi's in a good position, and a good save to be made as well.
The defense has been coming in droves for Sphinx. I think it's off target. Shadi knows and is just opting for the corner boost. Gonna collect both. Sphinx has to hit a quick 180, and both these players are just shimmying, trying to bait the other one to go first. Sphinx goes once and twice, and Shadi is toying with them, but the third 50 a monumental win for Sphinx.
Big
And
demo.
he cashes in a demo. He's going to equalize the game at 3 apiece. I'ma say this one thing and then throw it over you, Boyo. I like Sphinx that he's finding these goals off the demos, but the offense individually has not been there. All 3 goals are by way of bumps to demos, which is going to work until shadi makes that adaptation in his gameplay.
Again, my counter to that is he hasn't made that adaptation yet. It's been working for Sphinx all series long.
Oh, no
that
way.
one almost goes in, but off the post, then off the bar. Another attempt at the corner, he'll send it. Sphinx can't get the boost, Johnny does. But a fake out to the near post again, when it's not going to be in. Things are getting angsty in the back line. Sphinx is maybe getting a little bit nervous. The game is in the palm of his hands and he's making simple errors. Some close-knit shots that he just can't find the finishing touch of. Down the other end, it's shadi taking his time. A touch high and Sphinx away. Off to the side, he'll get the 100. He looks for a bump, he plays it slow, he plays close, and he finds the goal! Sphinx is leading in game 7!
That's such a huge sigh of relief from Sphinx. He managed to hit 3 posts in the span of 6 seconds, but does end up getting the goal, and he is in charge. 4-3 Sphinx over the top of shadi, but there's still work to be done. You're not out of the woods yet. That may help if shadi didn't get the save. Full boost for Sphinx, but he loses possession of the ball on the sidewall. Gonna play this back to his own corner, and both, I thought shadi was letting go of this, but he's gonna chase across Sphinx's crease and grab the opposite corner boost so he can stay glued into this play. 50 win by Sphinx over the top of shadi. He's gonna cut and find the save. Flip early for the full boost, but he bails, thinking Sphinx had a shot attempt. Another hard 50, and Sphinx is bullied. Bumped a couple of times. He's back in time though, Boyo! And neither one of these players is giving an inch.
Sphinx on the attack. One more chance to try and take the lead even further. But I go for shadi and Sphinx knows it. He'll walk this one in. It's 4-4. 23 seconds left. A scenario we've been in Quasnick so many times before. But Sphinx is here. He's not the future of APAC, he is the present. He is what APAC is now. And if APAC wants to win their tournament, he has got to do it now. A bump on shadi puts him in position for a goal. He's up 5-4. There's 16 seconds left. The kickoff has to go well for Sphinx here. Time is not on his side. He has got to do it now. No other time but now. A win for shadi on kickoff is not ideal, but the demo? The control. Quasnick, this is his chance. This is the moment here. If he can find the bump, he can win it. But no! shadi wins it.
Hold on.
The ball stays high, but to the ground it falls. Time hits 0. shadi is your APAC Open 1v1 champion, winning it at the final hurdle, at the final goal.
I'm here. I'm here. My heart is not though, Boyo. I am slumped in my chair. I am mentally exhausted. My stomach has sunken. What a series. The APAC Brave, the Malaysian and Sphinx fought strong and hard, but shadi, the 1v1 savant, holds on to come in the clutch in game number 7. And the only thing separating these two players is a couple of posts in, what, 3 seconds? That's it. The only difference. And Sphinx forced to game 7. One where outside of APAC, a lot of people would have considered him the underdog, but ultimately shadi will walk away your 1v1 APAC champion for the Birmingham Major. And it's well earned. He does deserve his flowers.
He does deserve his flowers indeed, but what a close final affair coming just to a kick-off goal for Shadi. At 5-4 scoreline, Sphinx's final attempt not finding the back of net. But, I mean, a huge win for Shadi here. I'm going to be honest, I want to focus on what's important to me and what's important to this stream right here and to everyone watching. What a performance from Sphinx. He may have lost at the very end here in Game 7. Just one goal between them. But this is a game which was so close and so impressive. We're going to bring back Hail Monkey Man here to talk about this one, because what a final that was, going all the way to Game 7. I mean, Monkey Man, huge congrats to Shadi. But I think as APAC fans here, and I'm sure everyone in chat agrees, how proud and how excited we are from what Sphinx just showed us today.
Really brought the fight to him. Honestly, too scared to play in Mina. He comes across the line and he has to take a fight to be able to bring it straight into the arms of Sphinx, and he met him well. Final 15 seconds. Sphinx at the goal line was looking for a 50-50 maybe to secure that ultimate win, and then that ended up being a key mistake on the flip, got tied up, and then you had that one key mishap. They went nose to nose at the midfield line, and that turned into a goal the other direction. That is heartache, just like what Kwanzaa was talking about. The mental strain to make the choices, to make the ideas across the entirety of this game, to get the series, to make it into a Game 7, and then you have two key moments that turn it around. You had a 4-3 that then goes 5-4. Oh, you know what? It is a bright future, and honestly, be it victory, be it heartache of loss, he's got something that he is now going to be just living large to work on further going to the Birmingham Major, and that is so promising for what we're going to see with Luminosity.
Man.
Oh, I mean, Cosmic, I want to turn things in its heads here. We're all feeling a bit sad as APAC fans or what happened to Sphinx,
Yes.
but
Yes.
I mean, we've got to give the credit. Shadi was incredible all tournament long, and I mean, there's a reason he got top 6 of that Salt Mine EU. There's a reason that coming into this, he was seen as the favourite. He showed it on the pitch. He was calm and comfortable till the very last moment, and he shows why he's so good at 1v1. So we've got to talk about how good he was.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we're deflated on the APAC stream. Our sweet, beautiful king has lost in Game 7. But Shadi played well. There's a reason he is that strong of a player. And going up against APAC's best, where Sphinx genuinely, outside of a couple minutes, looked like he was in top form. Shadi, composed, disciplined throughout the entire time, able to adapt to the changes that Sphinx was making, always executing on shots, and he has, over the course of, not just today, but GSL, yesterday, Swiss stage, looked like far and away the better player when you collect all of the days into one unison grade. But, man, what a series. That's an instant classic in my mind, and congrats to you, Shadi, because it is well earned.
I want to make a quick call out to someone here as well, because we saw Sphinx just go to Game 7, one goal away, again, as we said several times, top 6 in Salt Mine EU. Now, a little birdie has told me that Sphinx is going to Birmingham. Johnny boy says, get another tournament going, get Sphinx in some show matches if he's up for it. Get him in against some of the EU players. This guy has what it takes. Get him in the low ping, in EU, playing against some of these EU players who are playing in these Salt Mine tournaments, because Sphinx is good enough. He can compete. So let's see him do so in these situations. Get him there when he's in Birmingham. I want to see Sphinx show how good he is to the international stage. We know he's going to do that at the major. Let's see how good he is individually as well.
No, why not? You know what? There's definitely a reason to be able to kind of tout the talent and talk about him. He definitely has performed here very well the last couple of years as he's been able to join the RLCS. I want to see that happen. You know what? It doesn't matter if there's big losses and some minimal dubs. show that the competition level has elevated. APAC has had to survive all of different walks of life. They have so many people that play across the Ethernet boundary. They have so much great value that comes out of how they play against different types of competition. And those that have survived, that are at this pinnacle right now, have been able to really change the game, not just for the region, but for themselves, and they've seen some upgrades. We're going to see some highlights coming across the entirety of this grand final as well from you guys. And I mean, it was a show, by the way. Great job to both of you coming on to the desk and then going out there and just kind of leaving it all behind. I know that you're just mentally washed, but you know what? It was a great show overall.
I've been catching my breath.
To the players for giving it a great match to cast.
Yes,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure you agree, Kwanzaa. We were given an absolute treat there. A 7-game series all the way to the final whistle there. I mean, we're going to have a quick look at some highlights very, very soon from that grand final, but I mean, the whole tournament long has had some great ups and downs. Started off with a Game 7, ending with a Game 7 as well. Was that the only Game 7 we had all playoffs? I think we started and ended with Game 7, both with APAC players in them. One winning, one losing, unfortunately, at the end, but I mean, what a tournament, what a weekend this has been.
Yeah. I mean, Kwanzaa, you got to join us on the desk. I'm first off elated that you got to be here in the first place. Second off,
thank you.
Got to see the entirety of APAC kind of in its 1v1 feature. I mean, I'm hoping that this actually gets brought into Major. I know that South America and Europe, this is their weekend as well. How you feeling about finally, maybe on to another season, getting to see APAC with a 1v1 chair at the table? You think that's a possible future, especially if we get those show matches really sung well with Sphinx?
My answer, more than anything, is it should be. The proof is right in front of you with this series. Why would you not want to put this center stage? I mean, we have just had a banger of a series, so much so that I have been collecting my breath this entire desk segment. I mean, it's so flustered after the phenomenal Game 7 series that we just witnessed, and it should be a mainstay, not just at the majors, but for all of the regions, because you have these individuals who can make waves and show that there is growth, not just skill-wise, but individually as well. I mean, Sphinx, everybody who knows him is going to shower him in praise with the individual that he is, and I'm glad that that man is finally getting his flowers, and I'd love to see him in some EU 1v1s when he's in Birmingham. That would be a phenomenal treat.
Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, we're going to see him at least in Birmingham in the 3v3, so for all who are a fan of Sphinx from watching this, make sure you tune into the Birmingham Major. Him, Sosa, and Catalysm over on Luminosity will be participating, of course, in the RLCS Major. Let's have a quick look at some highlights from that series, because both players were absolutely shooting. Shadi starts it off with a bang, of course, but I mean, the mechanics from both of these guys, they were pulling out some incredible shots. Sphinx with the aggression as well, the bumps and demos. I don't think, to be honest, Shadi ever really figured out how to deal with it.
Not entirely, and that's why he had to play so, I think, much more uncomfortable than what is usual. And the few times that things got away from Sphinx, it was just him kind of being overt in the way he plays. But, I mean, that's kind of in his arsenal, leaving it all out there. I feel like some of that was matched by Risk and the way that he likes to kind of go up against Sphinx and the way he brings it. Going down 0-2 as well, I was like, all right, what is this turning into? It was close, but then being able to buck back and then force a game number 7, it was a cinema moment for everyone that was out there watching it from the sidelines.
Definitely heart and perseverance on the side of Sphinx. I mean, everybody was believing in the chat. Our heartstrings were being pulled on in the booth, and went the distance, Shadi. Ultimately, probably just the veteran status, being able to keep a level head through all 7 games. And the Sphinx came out a bit nervous. Definitely didn't finish that way, but had earned himself a 2-game deficit to begin things, as you said, Monkey. And ultimately, in the best of 7, through a couple of overtimes in this series as well, Shadi reigning supreme, reigning victorious, and winning when it mattered most.
I mean, his shot placement, we see it so often, was so good. Like, even when Sphinx is in net sometimes and making these miraculous saves, Shadi out of nowhere will just put a ball in the most unsavable position possible. Top corner, bottom right, bottom left, etc. It's just the exact spot that Sphinx can't make. And that was a consistent factor throughout a lot of the series where his shooting was so good, and I think fundamentally he played a better game than Sphinx, and that is what led him to the victory. I think Sphinx was probably the better mechanical player overall, but the general fundamentals here was what excels Shadi and really pushed him to the top.
I can't wait to see how this generally just kind of resonates across the region. We've seen already that there has been a galvanization from the Japanese side. They're getting all of their content creators in line. They're trying to find some level of spirit to be brought to back to the game, and that's 100%. Really revitalized their 3v3 side of things. In the 1v1, obviously Sphinx is kind of a cut above for everyone that is here, and then I mean, it has to continue kind of pushing that echelon for not just the popularity of it, but the one for more competition. It was so close. That nose bump, that kiss right there was the kiss of death. Shadi ultimately put it into him from that midfield line, and that was your goal, winning it all. Shadi will take it. As they will wear the crown, they'll snatch it from the head of Sphinx. But Malaysia be proud, APAC be proud, and everyone got to see a heck of a competition this awesome weekend. And Boyo, I mean, glad to be able to have you back, dude. I love having everyone that was here this weekend on the desk, and as well as everyone that just got to witness it all.
Oh no, I've absolutely loved being here. It's been a great time. I also want to note you mentioned about the Japanese audience kind of rising so much in recent time. I want to give a huge shout out to Cocken in particular. Yeah. From the Japanese scene, he has been the driving force, and APAC in general, the driving force since I've been around in APAC. He has been always casting the Japanese stream. He had always working so hard. He had been making such a big push to get Japan on the map, like Rocket League on the map, in Japan, pushing the players to get involved with the content creators, helping these tournaments happen. So, of course, it's not directly coming just from him, but the effort that he has put in is a huge reason why Japan is growing. Looking to the future, though, we have got the World Championship coming in September 12 to 14 in Lyon. You can try and get tickets. They might be sold out. You can try and find some if you can, because they are falling off the shelves right now. Everyone wants to go to Lyon for very good reason, don't they, Konzik?
Oh, 100%. It's long awaited. France should have its own region in all likelihood at some point, because there's such a insane amount of talent that comes from that region, and they will get home field advantage, quote unquote, for the World Championship happening in Lyon d'Issy, and should be very fun scenes. Man, I think I finally caught my breath and got back level, and all I'm gonna say before I finish that point is to pick up the tickets for Birmingham down below, scan that QR code. But genuinely, a scene-altering split for APAC here.
And, of course, we have mentioned the Worlds, we have mentioned Birmingham, we have not forgot about Rally, so make sure 20th to 29th of June at the Lenovo Centre, get your tickets. And see who'll be in Split 2. Will it be Sphinx again over in Luminosity? Will there be a new team come up? Will Elevate bounce back in the 3v3 side? Who knows? But get your tickets. Go support APAC there as well. Because fine, well, they deserve it. But, I mean, before we end off, guys, I want to give a quick thing of course, where can people find you? And any last words kind of closing out this 1v1 segment?
I mean, you guys can see me right where you've been seeing me the entirety of this entire weekend, as well as all the previous weekends. Tail_Monkeyman, and of course, had a lot of love over to the Tesseract gang that have been able to put on the entire production. Over to our dude Inferno, who is literally yelling in our ears right now. So a lot of love to you. He might be giggling and smiling on this side. Kwanzek, what's up, dude? Final thoughts.
Yeah, Kwanzek everywhere is where you can find me. Super thankful for Tesseract for the opportunity. Hale, was lovely having you on the desk. You and I have come full circle with this weekend in the casting past, and Boyo, a mainstay here in APAC. I'm glad that you are back, my friend. It has been a pleasure, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity.
Well, with all that said, you can find me at Boyo Royal RL everywhere. I want to thank everyone who came to watch. The APAC region would not be what it is without you. the region as a whole has been through ups, it's been through downs. We've had some great moments, we've had some sad ones. I remember them all, like Detonator making the major back in the day, the kind of first imports coming in and demoralising the region, the growth of APAC getting wins at the major, beating G1, beating KCP. We've now got Luminosity, this next top Sphinx, as this next big player. We've got players like Risk rising up. We've got players from the Maldives kind of finally having this big step in nation out of nowhere, booming in gameplay and really starting to make strides in this region. This is APAC, this is it growing here, and it's all thanks to you watching. I know so many players are here right now, so keep doing what you're doing. We're all thankful for it. It gives us a job at the end of the day. With that said, have a great rest of your day, great rest of your night, great afternoon, whatever time it is. It has been a fantastic time being here. And with that, goodbye.